The case of Valerie Pride. Valerie Pride was born on March 9, 1958, and grew up in Arizona with her 5 brothers and 1 sister, which contributed to her strong and determined character. She attended South Mountain High School, where she gained a reputation for her intelligence and ambition. After graduating, she aimed to continue her education at Arizona State University, driven to create a better future for herself. During her high school years, Valerie fell in love with a young man named Jimmy Pride. Their romance flourished, and in 1974, they got married. Just a year later, they welcomed their first daughter, Shansha. In 1977, their family expanded again with the birth of their second daughter, Duana. Despite being a young mother, Valerie continued to pursue her ambitions. She aspired to become an electrician, a profession that was predominantly male at the time, and she did not let anything stand in her way. By the time Duana was born, Valerie had been accepted into a job training program sponsored by the United Electrical Workers, a rare and competitive opportunity. She made history by becoming the first black female electrician at the Palo Verde nuclear plant, all while caring for her 2 young children. Her life was a delicate balance of motherhood, work, and being a trailblazer in her industry. However, Valerie faced challenges in her personal life as well. Her marriage to Jimmy eventually ended in divorce. Even so, she remained strong, focusing on her career and her children, and trying to give them the best life possible. After the divorce, Valerie found new love with Ben Daniels, a co-worker at the nuclear power plant. Ben also had children from a previous marriage, and as their relationship deepened, they began planning for their future together. Although they appear perfect on the outside, their relationship is actually unstable. Valerie's sister, Vicki McDonald, revealed that Ben's past was negatively affecting their relationship. Vicki mentioned that Ben would often reassure Valerie that he had everything under control. Despite these issues, Valerie maintained her faith in Ben and their future, and before long, the two took a big step forward in their relationship together. In 1982, Valerie and Ben decided to purchase a new home in a quiet area of South Phoenix, Arizona. This marked a significant milestone in their lives. They selected a newly constructed Spanish-style home, imagining it as a place for a new beginning. Meanwhile, Valerie was finishing her final year of training to become an electrician, nearing a career breakthrough. After her divorce, she had found love again, and now they had a new home to create memories with their daughters. Everything seemed to be going very well. Sometimes, life's most promising moments can disappear in an instant. Just weeks after moving into their new home, tragedy struck unexpectedly. Labor Day weekend in 1982 began like any other for Valerie and her daughters. It was meant to be a time for relaxation, family bonding, and simple pleasures. But on Monday, September 6th, what started as a normal day turned horrific. At around 4 p.m., Ben received a call that no parent ever wants to hear. His 9-year-old daughter from a previous relationship had had an epileptic seizure while bathing. Her mother was with her but had stepped out for a minute. In that short time, the little girl suffered a seizure and submerged underwater. She was rushed to the hospital, where doctors battled to save her, but by the time Ben arrived, it was too late. His daughter had been pronounced dead. While Ben was at the hospital dealing with an unimaginable loss, Valerie and her daughters were at home, completely unaware of the situation. In a time before cell phones, Valerie had no quick way to contact Ben or find out what was happening, so she had to wait for him to call her. Around 9:30 that evening, Valerie spoke on the phone with Ben's brother. This call became her last known contact with anyone outside her home. They spoke for about 10 minutes, focusing on the condition of Ben's daughter in the hospital. During the conversation, there was a knock on the front door of Valerie's house. She informed Ben's brother that she needed to hang up to answer the door, as Ben was not home. That was the last time anyone heard from her. Neither she nor Ben's brother realized that this would be their final conversation. At around 10 p.m., after several hours in the hospital, Ben returned home, exhausted and grieving the loss of his daughter. He just wanted to get some rest. However, as he neared his house, he noticed something was wrong. The front door was slightly ajar, which was unusual, especially in the Arizona summer when everyone kept their doors closed to maintain cool air indoors. Ben carefully pushed the door open and stepped inside, where he saw a horrifying sight, blood everywhere. Valerie and her two daughters, Shansha and Duana, had been murdered. They had been brutally attacked in the living room, just a few feet apart. 8-year-old Shantia and 4-year-old Duana lay lifeless in the living room, their small bodies covered in blood. Valerie was also found dead near the kitchen, her body soaked in blood. The home they had just moved into, where they hoped to start anew, had turned into a scene of unimaginable violence. Ben's screams echoed through the night. Overwhelmed with grief, he collapsed, crying out so loudly that neighbors rushed outside to see what was happening. Unable to help, the neighbors called the police, as Ben was too devastated to do anything but mourn. For any parent, losing a child is an indescribable pain, but returning home to find one's entire family slaughtered is simply beyond comprehension. When the police arrived, even the most experienced officers struggled to comprehend the scene before them. Many described it as the most horrific crime scene they had ever encountered. Blood was everywhere, covering the floors and walls. Shansha and Duana were discovered huddled together in the living room near a love seat, still in their pajamas, which suggested that they were preparing for bed when the attack occurred. Valerie was found in the dining area close to the kitchen, her body just a few feet from the back door, as if she had been trying to escape. There were no signs of forced entry at the crime scene, indicating that the killer either had permission to enter or managed to get in without breaking anything. The police began to consider a disturbing possibility when they learned about a knock at the door during Valerie's last phone call. The person who knocked might have been the one responsible for the horrific crime. Furthermore, it was revealed that the suspect had not stayed in the house after the murders. They exited through the back door and jumped over the fence, vanishing into the night. The murders were initially believed to be the result of a robbery gone wrong, but that theory was quickly dismissed. There were no signs of forced entry, no stolen items, and no evidence of an intruder. Instead, they discovered a scene of shocking violence. Someone had entered the home with the singular purpose of committing murder. The pressing question for investigators was, who would want to kill a young mother and her children in such a brutal manner? Time was critical, as a dangerous killer was still on the loose, and they needed to apprehend him before he could strike again. That night, the neighborhood was quiet, but one person had noticed something unusual. As police officers searched the area, a neighbor mentioned hearing a loud argument coming from Valerie's home around 9:45 p.m., but thought it was just a typical family disagreement. When they looked outside, they saw nothing, no suspicious individuals, no signs of trouble, and nothing that seemed alarming. An hour later, at 11 p.m., Valerie's ex-husband, Jimmy Pride, arrived at the house. When the officers informed him that his daughters had been murdered, he collapsed on the pavement, screaming in anguish, just like Ben had. He couldn't contain his emotions, writhing in pain and sobbing. The anguish was so intense that the police had to intervene by force to calm him down. Meanwhile, behind the house, there was a bloody handprint on the wooden fence. This was clear evidence that the murderer had escaped by climbing over the fence and disappearing into the darkness, likely through the yard of a nearby abandoned home. But whose handprint was it, and what kind of person could commit such a brutal act? The investigation took a more disturbing turn when detectives learned that Valerie's family had only recently moved into the neighborhood. They had been there for just a few weeks, barely enough time to make friends, let alone enemies. No one truly knew them, yet someone wanted them dead. Detectives searched for answers by examining Valerie's life. They investigated her social relationships, her family, and sought any signs of a possible enemy. However, as they delved deeper, the truth became increasingly troubling. There was nothing to uncover. Valerie had no history of conflict, no long-standing grudges, and no background suggesting that she would meet a violent end. She was a devoted mother and lived an ordinary life. Yet, someone had violently disrupted that life in a horrific manner. Autopsies revealed that both Valerie and her two daughters, Shansha and Duana, had been attacked multiple times. Notably, there was no evidence of abuse, which eliminated one possible motive, but it did not bring them any closer to solving the case. With each passing day, the investigation stalled, unanswered questions continued to accumulate, and the town was left in a state of fear. On September 10, 1982, Valerie and her daughters were buried, but their funerals were filled with tension. The community was haunted by the reality that a killer remained at large. Detectives then discovered an unusual clue. A month before the murders, Valerie and Ben's home had been broken into. Initially, it appeared to be a simple burglary, but the details were alarming. The intruder rummaged through the house and also slashed their waterbed. Disturbingly, they took Valerie's clothes and tossed them into the water, indicating a personal motive. It was clear that this was not a simple thief looking for valuables, but rather an enemy who wanted to send a message. Could this have been a threat? Did Valerie unknowingly encounter someone dangerous? Investigators were eager to find connections, but the case hit another dead end. The culprit had disappeared without a trace. As months went by, what seemed like promising leads faded away. Numerous tips came in, each one offering the possibility of a breakthrough, but none brought the detectives any closer to solving the case. What once felt urgent was now growing cold. As the situation became tense, rumors began to spread throughout the town, accompanied by various theories, such as ghosts in the night. One particularly chilling theory suggested that the recent murders were linked to the tragic death of Ben's daughter. Some residents speculated that Valerie and her daughters were murdered as a twisted form of revenge. Ben's 9-year-old daughter had died in an accident, leading some to believe that someone held Valerie responsible for it. However, investigators later clarified that the girl had suffered an epileptic seizure and had drowned, with the autopsy confirming that there was no foul play involved. Despite this, rumors continued to thrive, contributing to the growing anxiety in the town. As the one-year anniversary of the murders approaches, detectives have not yet found any new leads. The murders of Valerie and her daughters shocked the community, and investigators are still searching for information, but to no avail. Valerie's union and the Silent Witness program have offered a $2,000 reward, yet no significant evidence has been uncovered so far. In August 1983, the case took an unexpected turn. Police announced that a suspect had been arrested, and the news quickly spread throughout the town, raising hopes that justice would be served. What surprised everyone, however, was that the suspect was only 14 years old and still a high school student. Authorities also disclosed that they were searching for 2 other suspects, one juvenile and one adult, believed to be involved in the murders. The police suspected that the murder might have been an act of revenge for the death of Ben's daughter, a theory that had been discussed but never confirmed. The arrested teenager was believed to be related to Ben's daughter. Could Valerie have been blamed for the child's death? Was there a deep-seated resentment that led to something violent? This idea was frightening, but it raised more questions than it answered. If Ben's daughter's death was considered an accident, why would anyone blame Valerie for it? And if the motive was revenge, why target her daughters as well? It was confusing, and even the investigators were skeptical. Just when it seemed that a motive had been identified, the case became more complicated. Within 24 hours of the arrest, the 14-year-old was released. The district attorney decided not to file charges, stating that more investigation was necessary. The evidence the detectives had was not strong enough to support a case in court. 2 other potential suspects were never arrested, no charges, no answers. The case, which had briefly reignited interest, went cold again. 2 years later, a neighbor found a surprising clue, a knife buried in a backyard. It closely resembled the one thought to have been used in the murders. Investigators quickly sent it to the crime lab, hoping it might finally provide a breakthrough. But once again, optimism turned into disappointment. The knife was tested for DNA, but there were no matches, no evidence linking it to Valerie, Shansha, or Duana. It was yet another dead end in a case that continued to be a mystery. As the years passed, the detectives never gave up on the case. They meticulously reviewed every piece of evidence, interviewed over 1,000 people, and followed every lead, but they still couldn't identify the killer or their motive. By 2012, investigators admitted that they had exhausted all possibilities and needed the public's help, believing that someone had vital information. They were convinced that this was a deeply personal crime. The perpetrator had entered Valerie's family home with the sole intention of committing murder. Now, more than 40 years later, the case remains unsolved. The brutal murders of Valerie, Shansha, and Duana continue to haunt the community, leaving an emotional scar that won't heal. Investigators think that someone close to Valerie might hold the key to the truth. But how could someone capable of such brutality carry on as if nothing had happened? Do they feel remorse? Do they ever worry about being caught? Or have they convinced themselves that they got away with murder? In recent years, advancements in forensic technology have allowed detectives to revisit the evidence. DNA collected from the crime scene has been submitted to a national database, raising hopes for a breakthrough. However, even if the killer is eventually identified, no explanation will ever make sense. Nothing can justify the horrific act of killing an innocent mother and her two young daughters. This crime epitomizes senseless violence. Valerie, Shansha, and Duana did not deserve what happened to them. Regardless of how much time has passed, one thing is clear: those capable of such a terrible act must be held accountable. Valerie Pride's life was a testament to resilience, ambition, and a profound love for her two daughters, Shansha and Duana. She was determined to pursue a stellar career as the first black electrician at the Palo Verde nuclear power plant and to build a new life with Ben Daniels in South Phoenix. However, on Labor Day weekend in 1982, her family's dreams and future were brutally snatched away in a horrific act of violence. More than 40 years later, the mystery of who killed them and why remains unsolved, leaving a lasting pain in the community. Despite advances in forensic science, nothing can erase the tragedy that claimed the lives of an innocent mother and her two young daughters. This man was convicted of slaughtering 7 individuals, including his own children. He still had the audacity to blow a kiss at the camera, as if nothing had happened. That eerie moment alone cements him as one of the most cold-blooded mass murderers in New Zealand's history, and his name is Raymond Wahia Radama, a man whose actions shook the peaceful town of Masterton, where people had believed they were safe. At that time, Masterton was a small, close-knit community celebrated for its rural charm. Situated in the Wairarapa region, the town was encircled by green farmland and rolling hills, creating a serene landscape. The local economy primarily relied on agriculture, particularly sheep farming, which was a leading industry. Many residents were employed in farming or related sectors, such as wool processing, small manufacturing, and retail. Life there moved at a slow and predictable pace. Violent crime was uncommon. Beneath this seemingly pleasant exterior, however, economic difficulties were beginning to emerge. In the early 1990s, New Zealand was dealing with the consequences of economic reforms from the previous decade. Many families, especially those in working-class areas like Masterton, were feeling the strain of increasing unemployment and financial insecurity. Job opportunities were limited, wages were low, and support from welfare programs was often insufficient. For someone like Radama, who was already struggling to support his family, these challenges only heightened his frustration and desperation. At 25, Radama and his wife, Toni, were overwhelmed by financial stress, making it difficult to keep up with rising rent costs. With 3 young children to care for, they had to move in with Toni's parents on Judd Street in Masterton. Living with extended family was challenging, the house was cramped, tensions were high. Arguments became more common, emotions flared, and resentment grew. Over the months, his frustration intensified, driven not only by financial difficulties but also by a sense of powerlessness and rejection as he watched his life fall apart. He sought help from social services in hopes of finding support and a way to recover, but the assistance he needed never materialized. Left alone with his despair, his feelings transformed into a deep, violent rage. By June, Radama's marriage had completely collapsed. A serious conflict involving Radama, his wife, and her family marked the final breaking point. He was expelled from their home, feeling rejected and isolated, with nowhere to turn for help. As he struggled with insomnia, wandered alone, consumed by anger and hopelessness, he reached a terrifying conclusion: if he couldn't have his family, then no one else would. On the night of June 26, 1992, Toni went out to meet her parents, Philip and Tubby Ferguson, at a local pub, leaving her 3 young sons, Piripi, Barney, and Stacy, with her sister, Nicola, 20. Also present in the house were Tony's brother, Philip Ferguson Jr., 14, Mikola's partner, Bevan Tepu, 21, and their young son, Stephen, 3. That night, Raymond Radama returned home armed with a knife and a softball bat. He violently attacked everyone inside, killing 7 people through stabbing and bludgeoning. Tragically, his own children were among the victims. In a disturbing move, he placed their bodies on his wife's bed and covered them with a Bible, as if seeking forgiveness. The bodies of the adults were also piled together in another bedroom, creating a horrifying scene that was difficult to comprehend. But Radama's bloodlust was not yet satisfied. He sat in the house, waiting for Toni and her parents to return so he could finish what he had started. When they finally walked through the door, the nightmare continued. Nicola's father, Philip, was the first to be attacked. Radama swung the softball bat with full force, striking him in a brutal assault. This time, however, things did not go according to plan. In the chaos, Toni managed to escape, running for her life to call for help. When the police arrived, the carnage they witnessed would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Blood soaked the floors, and lifeless bodies filled the rooms. In the midst of it all was Raymond Radama, subdued, and he was no longer in control. Tony's father, Philip, had overpowered him, preventing a greater tragedy. The news of the massacre spread like wildfire. New Zealand had never seen such a horrifying crime. A father, a husband, a son-in-law, someone who was supposed to protect his family, had instead wiped them out in cold blood. The community of Masterton was left reeling, struggling to understand how something so monstrous could have happened in their quiet town. Radama was arrested at the scene and taken into custody. His initial demeanor was eerily calm, as if he had accepted his fate. He offered little resistance, making no attempt to flee. During questioning, he showed minimal emotion, providing cold, matter-of-fact responses. Investigators were disturbed by his apparent lack of remorse. When Radama stood trial in 1993, the nation watched in shock. He expressed remorse, but the sheer brutality of his crimes left many wondering if it was genuine or merely an attempt to save himself from the harshest punishment. During the trial, the prosecution painted a picture of a man who had allowed his rage and feelings of inadequacy to fester for too long. The defense, on the other hand, argued that Radama had been pushed to his breaking point due to financial strain and rejection by his wife's family. Mental health professionals were brought in to assess his state of mind, but ultimately, the jury saw through any justifications. The judge described the killings as unimaginable. Radama was sentenced to life imprisonment for 7 counts of murder. Additionally, he was given 10 years for the killing of an unborn child and another 7 years for attempted murder. Even behind bars, the horror of what he had done did not fade. The parole board repeatedly denied his bids for release, citing his continued struggles with banned substance abuse. In 2008, the board noted that despite presenting himself as a reformed man in previous hearings, Radama had relapsed into cannabis use, blaming his actions on a dark day in his past. Year after year, Radama has stood before the parole board pleading for his release. He insists that he has changed, that he has grown, and that he is no longer the man he was when he committed those horrific crimes. Yet, each time, the board has denied his requests, stating the same concerns: his psychological state, his risk to society, and his lack of true remorse. It has now been more than 30 years since Radama was sentenced, and despite numerous parole hearings, the board remains unconvinced that he is fit to re-enter the world outside prison walls. Radama has been denied parole not just once or twice, but a total of 14 times. His repeated attempts to gain freedom have been met with the same result. His lawyer, Roger Eagles, has now taken a different approach, claiming that there is potential bias in the parole process. Eagles argues that one of the parole board members, Professor Phil Bryant, had previously prepared psychological reports on Radama in 1992, and his involvement in the current parole decisions could create an unfair assessment. He points out that Brynd is the only person on the board who has had extensive personal interaction with Radama, which could lead to preconceived judgments rather than an objective evaluation of Radama's progress over the past 3 decades. The legal challenge does not stop there. Eagles has also argued that Radama's repeated parole denials are evidence of bias. He claims that despite Radama undergoing rehabilitation programs and counseling, the board has never granted him a single opportunity for conditional release, raising concerns about whether he is being treated unfairly compared to other prisoners with similar convictions. However, the parole board has maintained its stance, insisting that every hearing is based on up-to-date psychological evaluations and risk assessments rather than relying on reports from the past. They argue that Radama's continued imprisonment is not the result of bias, but rather the outcome of his failure to meet the necessary criteria for release. Another point of contention in Radama's case is the way his parole hearings have been conducted. Eagles has argued that previous hearings have gone off track, with the board focusing too much on questioning Radama about his motivations for the crimes and the impact on his victims. He claims that the discussions have shifted from evaluating whether Radama is fit for release to revisiting his past, which should not be the central focus of the hearings. Eagles contends that while it is understandable for the board to consider the severity of Radama's crimes, parole decisions should be based on his rehabilitation and risk factors in the present, rather than continuously re-examining the past. In 2021, it was revealed that Radama had begun a relationship with a woman who had suffered childhood trauma. The board expressed concerns about this relationship, fearing that it could trigger another violent episode given Radama's history and the emotional volatility that played a role in his past actions. The board was deeply troubled by this revelation and questioned whether Radama was capable of forming healthy relationships, or if this new connection was a sign of unresolved psychological issues. Despite attending nearly 100 sessions with a psychologist, board members still believed Radama lacked insight into his crimes, which made them skeptical of his ability to maintain a stable and responsible relationship outside of prison. The concern was not just about Radama himself, but also about the potential harm that could come to his partner if he were released without proper safeguards in place. During one of his parole hearings, Radama made a statement that only reinforced the board's concerns. He claimed that he had loved his children and believed he was putting them in a better place by taking their lives. This statement sent chills down the spines of the parole board members, as it suggested that Radama still harbored a distorted sense of justification for his actions, rather than fully accepting the gravity of his crimes. His words implied that he had once rationalized these actions as an act of mercy. The board saw this as a major red flag, indicating that Radama had not yet reached a true understanding of his past actions or the level of self-awareness and accountability required for parole consideration. Despite these concerns, reports from inside the prison indicate that Radama has generally maintained good behavior. He has been described as respectful within the prison environment, and there have been positive reports about his work while incarcerated. Additionally, corrections officials have stated that there is no further need for additional rehabilitation programs, as Radama has already completed the necessary courses. However, even with these positive notes, the parole board has remained firm in its decision to keep him behind bars, stating that good behavior in a controlled environment does not necessarily translate to safe behavior in the outside world. In his most recent parole hearing in 2024, Radama made a significant admission. For the first time in over 3 decades, he acknowledged that the killings were intentional. This directly contradicted his previous claims. While this confession marked a departure from his earlier statements, it still failed to provide clarity on the most crucial question: why? Despite finally admitting his intent, Radama refused to explain his motives. During the hearing, he expressed deep regret, stating, "I was a very selfish man for what I did. All I can say is that I really regret wholeheartedly the decision that I made in order to kill all those many children and adults. I hate myself for what I've done." However, the parole board remained skeptical. They pointed out that his changing narrative over the years only raised further concerns about his credibility. Given his history of inconsistent explanations, the board questioned whether this newfound admission was genuine or simply another attempt to manipulate the system in his favor. The victims' families continue to oppose his release, maintaining that Radama has never fully explained his actions or shown true remorse to them. His admissions mean little without an honest, clear acknowledgement of why he did what he did. Many still believe that Radama poses a danger to society and should never be granted parole. In response to these concerns, the board recommended that Radama be transferred to a special treatment unit for violent offenders. However, he resisted the move, arguing that it would be a step backward in his rehabilitation rather than a constructive measure. Despite his efforts, the parole board once again denied Radama's release. The ruling made it clear that while his latest statement represented a shift, it was not enough to justify granting him freedom. The board emphasized that public safety remained their top priority and that Radama's risk factors had not diminished to a satisfactory level. For now, Raymond Wayne Radama remains in prison, and his next parole eligibility will come in April 2025. Whether he will finally succeed in persuading the board remains uncertain. However, given his long history of denied applications, changing statements, and ongoing concerns from the victims' families, his path to release remains as difficult as ever. On December 24, 1988, an Arizona police station received a call from the area in Pinal County, not far from the so-called Superstition Mountains. Witnesses had found the body of a young woman with signs of violence. She was in casual clothes and without a purse or any identifying documents. Therefore, the victim could not be immediately identified. There was a deep wound on her leg, and blood was on her body. Her neck had been cut and was completely covered with stab wounds. All of her clothes were soaked in blood. An autopsy of the woman's body revealed that the injuries sustained were much more serious than they initially appeared to the witness. The victim had several deep, penetrating wounds in her neck that pierced the spine and practically separated her head from her body. 4 additional stab wounds had broken 2 ribs and pierced her heart. The most terrible marks were barely noticeable bruises on her left temple and eyebrow. The forensic expert was not certain, but suspected that these were marks from the sole of a shoe. On the ground where the body was found, forensic experts discovered similar marks, suggesting that she had been deliberately pressed to the ground with a foot to limit her mobility and inflict these fatal wounds. In addition to these obvious injuries, the unidentified victim had traces of prolonged beating on her face and body, scratches on her knees, and a defensive wound on one of her hands. It was clear that the crime had been committed with intent. Detectives believed that the killer should be sought among her acquaintances, but she had not yet been identified. However, that same day, the situation changed when the county police department received a call from Kathy Monkman, who reported that her older sister had gone missing the day before. The missing woman's name was Cynthia Monkman. Kathy explained that her sister had not shown up for a Christmas party, which was planned for the night before Christmas Eve. This was strange because Cynthia had been actively involved in organizing the event. She hadn't even warned anyone that she would not be able to come. After that, she stopped answering calls. Kathy did not immediately report Cynthia's disappearance to the police. She thought it was possible that Cynthia might have changed her plans. However, the next day, they were supposed to fly home together to Illinois. Kathy left a note with the flight information and a ticket for the 7:30 a.m. departure. She still hoped that Cynthia would show up, but when Kathy got on the plane and did not see her sister in the seat next to her, she realized that something terrible had happened. Kathy provided a description of the missing person that matched the found unidentified body, including the timeline of Cynthia's disappearance, which was just a day before her body was discovered in the desert. Detectives learned that shortly before her death, Cynthia had spontaneously married a man she had met a couple of months earlier. After comparing all the known facts, law enforcement officers came to the conclusion that they had found 30-year-old Cynthia Monkman, who was later identified by her sister and confirmed by dental records. Cynthia was born on September 16, 1958, in Pensacola, Florida. Her younger sister was born a year later, and from the very beginning, they were inseparable. Their father, Jack, was a psychologist, while their mother, Dorothy, became a housewife when the girls were born. Another child, a boy, was born 2 years later. The family moved to Champaign, Illinois, where their father was invited to work. The life of this close-knit family turned tragic when Dorothy discovered she had breast cancer. 2 years later, despite all efforts, Dorothy died, leaving Jack as a single father with 3 children aged 6, 4, and 2. It was not easy, but with the help of relatives, Jack managed to raise the younger generation successfully. After finishing school, the sisters remained inseparable. They attended college together, had a lot of fun, and attended parties like other young people. They often made impromptu trips to meet old friends across the states. In 1980, Kathy decided to move to Arizona to study in nursing school, and Cynthia decided to follow her 2 years later. Cynthia eventually received a master's degree in public health and began a career as a nutritionist. In 1983, at the age of 25, she was offered a breakthrough opportunity to head a health center in a large Minnesota corporation and decided to take advantage of it. Having to move thousands of kilometers away from her sister to gain experience in her career, she soon grew tired of loneliness. In 1986, Cynthia decided to move back and settled in an apartment near her sister. Cynthia was a vibrant and attractive woman, always the center of attention. She had many suitors. In the first month after moving back, she met Mark, a DJ at a radio station and a local celebrity. They started dating. They led an active lifestyle and had a lot of fun, but their relationship was full of ups and downs. Mark wanted to maintain his party lifestyle, while Cynthia was looking for something more stable and was ready to think about starting a family. In July, 29-year-old Cynthia suggested to her boyfriend that they break up. After the breakup, she grieved for some time and found it hard to cope with this difficult moment in her life. To unwind, she and her sister went on a short trip to the beach in California. Despite the separation, the two young people still had mutual feelings for each other. On October 8th, at a party in a popular local club, Cynthia met 2 brothers, Michael Apelt and Rudy Alfred Apelt, who were both tall, attractive guys from Germany. Cynthia immediately felt a mutual attraction. Kathy realizing that her sister was head over heels in love. Michael was the youngest of 7 siblings, 5 years younger than Cynthia. The young people spoke English poorly, making communication quite difficult. However, as Cynthia put it, they were on the same wavelength, so they understood each other perfectly without words. The next day, Cynthia could not talk about anyone else. When she went to have breakfast with her sister, she even mentioned that Michael had said several times he was ready to marry her. Kathy was very skeptical about such a bold statement right after their first meeting, but Cynthia calmed her down, saying it was just the best way to forget about the failed relationship with Mark. Her friend Annette, who had gone to the club with them, met Rudy, and the whole group started going on double dates. Gradually, the couples began more serious relationships. Only a week passed before Rudy moved in alongside Michael, who also moved in with Cynthia. Everything happened so quickly that Kathy was amazed at the changes in her sister's life. She considered these hasty decisions would not lead to anything good. The relationship continued until December 17th when Cynthia and her boyfriend attended a friend's wedding. There, Kathy noticed a wedding ring on Cynthia's finger. It turned out she had already married Michael. Later, Cynthia confessed to her sister that it happened on October 28th, just 3 weeks after they met. Kathy was shocked by such a rapid change in Cynthia's behavior. For the first time, she was keeping a secret from her sister. Now, they found Cynthia's lifeless body. Detectives analyzed the scant evidence collected after her body was discovered, including tire tracks left in the desert sand. It was clear she had been taken there intentionally to be dealt with and abandoned in a deserted place. The criminal likely expected they would never find her. However, he made a mistake, and some people accidentally discovered Cynthia. Having learned the story of the last months of the victim's life, detectives suspected that either a stormy affair with the new guy or the abandoned boyfriend could be responsible for this brutality. The degree of cruelty indicated that it was something very personal. In addition to the tire tread prints, they found several traces, including a piece of nylon cord and a blood-soaked beach towel. Detectives continued to communicate with the close circle of Cynthia and analyzed her acquaintances. A few weeks before the breakup, Cynthia learned that one of Mark's ex-girlfriends had been found dead. The investigation into this crime by the Supreme Court was still ongoing by that time. Cynthia knew that Mark was trying to get back together with her, they had only spoken 3 days before the tragedy. There had been a verbal altercation when Cynthia admitted she had married someone else. She managed to resolve the conflict, but Mark said he was going to come to town for Christmas and suggested that Cynthia meet him. Cynthia did not come to the party organized before leaving, and no one answered the calls. When morning came, Michael called Kathy, shouting into the phone, trying to understand where his wife was. It was obvious that he was drunk. Kathy tried to extract some information from him about when he last saw her sister. When know that Cynthia was supposed to meet with Mark. At this time, Kathy assumed her sister might have run away with her ex. Kathy arrived at Cynthia's apartment, hoping to find some information about her, but found nothing. The only people against whom suspicions remained were Mark and current husband, Michael. Cynthia's photo was all over the news, and her relatives received a letter sent by her on the eve of the planned trip. It looked creepy because they already knew about her death. In this letter, she discussed her relationship with her husband. She expressed a desire for them to all meet and get to know each other properly. They couldn't communicate immediately with Michael due to the language barrier. However, on the day Cynthia's relatives learned about her death, one of the detectives from the police department was sent to talk to Michael. He was inexperienced in dealing with murders and brutal crimes, but he was chosen because he spoke German fluently. Michael opened up extensively and was amazed to find someone in the police department who spoke German. The detective was most interested in the chronology of events, particularly Cynthia's and Michael's movements on that fateful day, December 23rd. As it turned out, Michael became tense from the very beginning but managed to recount the events. According to him, Cynthia's car needed maintenance, so they took her car to the dealer for repairs. After that, they rented a car to return to the apartment. On the day of the incident, Cynthia was busy preparing for the trip and mentioned planning to meet friends around 10 p.m. Michael claimed that around 7 p.m., while he was taking a shower, he heard his wife talking on the phone. He noted it was a very aggressive emotional discussion, but he had no idea who was on the other end of the line since he couldn't make out most of the words, or even the names. After Cynthia hung up, she yelled that something needed to be taken care of and left without providing any explanation. While her husband was still in the shower, Cynthia took her luggage, purse, and went to meet her friends. Michael willingly cooperated with the authorities, allowing detectives to search his apartment and car. In addition, he provided a receipt from a restaurant dated the same day, on December 23, 1988. When the police listened to the answering machine recordings, one in particular attracted their attention. At 10 a.m., Mark called, said he had seen a girl resembling Cynthia in the news reports and had heard that she was missing. Worried about her, he asked to call back to confirm if everything was okay. Considering that he was in another state, it seems strange that Mark had managed to see the news reports so quickly. According to the detective's calculations, during this period, they barely appeared on screens, making it doubtful as if Mark was trying to clear himself out of spite. Ironically, due to his limited knowledge of English, Michael did not yet realize that his wife had died. When Michael, Rudy, and Annette were taken to the police station, they reported what had happened. Michael was very emotional, crying and even screaming as he tried to understand why this had happened. However, after that, all three were taken to different rooms for independent interrogations. Shoe prints were checked, hair and blood samples were collected from all three. At the same time, their alibis were confirmed. After that, all three were released, as they seemed unlikely suspects. Questions remained only regarding Mark, who was behaving suspiciously. The investigator leading this case flew to California to talk to the radio DJ. During this time, Cynthia's phone in Illinois received multiple calls, and the caller left numerous messages on the answering machine, supposedly trying to figure out what was going on. The detective found that Mark had been working on the day of the murder. After his shift, he rented a car, went to Los Angeles to spend Christmas with his mother and sister. Much to the surprise of the law enforcement officer, his alibi was confirmed. He could not have been Cynthia's killer. Cynthia's burial was scheduled for December 31st, 1988. During the funeral, when the floor was given to Michael, he could not even utter a word. He had an emotional breakdown. He just stood there crying until his brother, Rudy, pulled him off the podium. However, when everyone was driving around after the funeral ceremony, Kathy drove past the car in which the brothers were sitting and saw them laughing with Annette. This seemed strange. Now it looked as if Michael had been pretending to grieve the whole time. Kathy informed the detectives about her doubts regarding Michael, after which the law enforcement officers decided to interview all the suspects in the case again, as something didn't add up. The first one at the police station was Kathy, who provided more details about the love story that preceded the crime. Now, it seemed to the investigators that the brothers from Germany were suspiciously secretive about everything. They avoided sharing details about their work, tried not to specify unnecessary information about themselves and their past. Kathy recalled that a few days after meeting them, she saw them going to the cheapest motel in town, despite their previous claims of staying at the most expensive motel and being involved in banking activities. She could even swear that after their first visit to her apartment, she lost $100 in cash. Initially, she convinced herself that it couldn't have happened because of them, but now she had significant doubts. The brothers had too flashy an appearance, creating the illusion of wealthy young people. After a couple of weeks of dating, they concocted a ridiculous story about being fired from the bank. Practically forced the girls to let them live with them, claiming they were waiting for something and would return to luxury later. Another oddity was the need to keep information about Cynthia's marriage a secret. Just a week after moving in with her, Michael stated he would have to return to Germany if they did not marry soon, as he would be deported. This provided the reason for such a hasty and secret wedding ceremony in Las Vegas, painting a more sinister and plausible picture. It seemed that, taking advantage of Cynthia's feelings, Michael forced his new girlfriend into marriage. Detectives tried to track down the brothers' history and were able to find several women they had met after arriving from Germany. It turned out that Cynthia was not the only one they had proposed marriage to. While it seemed that everything was going well for Cynthia and Michael compared to previous attempts, their very existence appeared suspicious. When Cynthia's diary was found, the last entry was dated November 11th. It sounded like Cynthia trying to convince herself of her husband's sincerity. No evidence was found that could connect the brothers or other acquaintances in the victim's close circle. Detectives even discovered a car rented on the day of Cynthia's death, but the tire prints did not match the tread pattern found at the crime scene. The interior of the brothers' car was also checked with analysis, but this yielded nothing. Unexpectedly, on January 3rd, Michael contacted the only German-speaking detective and reported that, after returning to the apartment following his wife's funeral, he had heard a suspicious message on the answering machine. Michael believed it contained some kind of threat but could not fully translate it, so he asked the officer for help. On January 4th, he came to the police station with the recording. It turned out that someone had indeed threatened to kill all his loved ones and himself if certain items were not received. The caller confessed to cutting Cynthia's throat with a knife, but it was unclear what items were being discussed. Detectives immediately noticed that the words were pronounced with errors and seemed feigned, as if the person was reading from a script. The text contained distortions that were uncharacteristic of English, and when it was literally translated into German, the text sounded much more coherent. The detectives feigned concern, but suspicions against Michael, Rudy, Annette began to emerge and strengthen. Where this group lived, 24-hour surveillance was in place. On January 5th, police officers monitoring the apartment complex observed them at 5:30 p.m. At 8:30 p.m., a secret agent knocked on the door. The law enforcement officer was in civilian clothes and pretended to have the wrong door. In fact, he wanted to confirm who was in the apartment and ensured that they were suspects. Interestingly, immediately after this visit, Michael reported that two black individuals had threatened him on his doorstep. He was not caught in a lie. Instead, they were invited to the station the next day to create a composite sketch of these fictitious dark-skinned men. Michael was interrogated for several hours while the rest of his group waited. The detectives deliberately prolonged the process and closely observed them to see the first signs that the criminal's will was beginning to break. Annette was the first to give in. Although she did not confess for quite some time, one of the detectives began showing her photos of the mutilated victims. Michael and Rudy were seeking citizenship, so Annette was involved to maintain communication since the brothers practically did not speak English, only Michael could communicate somewhat. They tried several schemes to introduce themselves, either as manufacturers of surfboards or as importers of German cars. According to the same story, they met Cynthia. For several months, they lived in a cheap motel, deceiving many women who succumbed to their looks and charm as man escort. This allowed them to receive money from these women for a living, but they were waiting for something more. Annette did not admit to the murder or even that it was planned. However, it was clear that her relationship with Cynthia had been based solely on a desire for profit. After they began living together and got married, Cynthia worked 2 jobs while Michael spent money recklessly, claiming he was waiting for the unblocking of accounts in Germany. From October to December, he managed to spend more than $4,000 from his girlfriend's wallet. After obtaining this confession, the detectives pressured Annette, threatening that she would be charged with murder if she did not tell the truth. She confessed that Michael had developed a taste for the good life and wanted more money, after which he devised a larger plan. On November 7th, he convinced his wife Cynthia to contact an insurance agent and take out life insurance policies for $1 million on each other. The beneficiary of her policy was, of course, Michael. He continued to feed her false statements, saying that their accounts in Germany were frozen, but that he would soon have access to them, making life insurance essential for them. Cynthia blindly trusted her husband due to her feelings. The insurance agent approved the policy, but it was not for $1 million, it was for $400,000. Without hesitation, Cynthia wrote out a check. After that, the brothers began to plan their expenses in anticipation of receiving the money. They even drew up a purchase and sale agreement for 2 Jaguar cars worth $144,000 each and 2 Toyota cars, each worth $66,000. They were also looking for expensive items, fully aware that in order to obtain all this luxury, they would have to kill. Cynthia's life insurance policy went into effect just a day before her death, and the insurance amount was even increased to $800,000. By this time, the brothers had already rented a car in which they planned to take Cynthia to the desert and kill her. On the day of the crime, Michael and Rudy took Cynthia to the desert, then lured her out of the car and brutally handled her. Annette was even in the car. According to her, it took the brothers about 5 minutes to stab the innocent victim. When they returned, both were covered in blood from head to toe. They changed their clothes and washed the blood off their skin to avoid staining the car. After getting rid of all the evidence, they returned the rented car and went to a luxury restaurant to celebrate their victory. Everything seemed to go according to plan, and it was supposed to be the perfect murder that promised great riches, except that Cynthia's body was quickly found. The plan began to crumble before their eyes. Was Cynthia their first murder victim? To answer these questions, detectives contacted colleagues in Germany to uncover the truth about the brothers' dark past. They found that Michael did not have any blocked accounts containing large sums of money, nor did he own any estate in Germany. In reality, he was a laborer with a criminal past that included convictions for burglary and assault. His brother Rudy had served time in a German prison for abuse. Due to their criminal history, connections to other possible crimes in the USA could not be found, indicating that perhaps Cynthia was their first and only victim. There was only one perplexing question left. Why did the tire tracks of the car used to transport the victim not match the tracks that were found? It turned out that Michael had anticipated this. On the day of the tragedy, he drove in such a way that it damaged the tread on the tires. When he returned the rented car, the tires had to be replaced. The person who provided the car for rent helped the police realize that it was true. In order to leave sinister messages with threats, they used a random homeless man on the streets of Los Angeles. After Cynthia's funeral, he was paid to call the specified phone number and read a text from a sheet. Annette was offered immunity from prosecution in exchange for testifying against Michael and Rudy. She agreed. A thorough search was conducted of the apartment where Cynthia and Michael lived, leading to the discovery of a pair of shoes whose soles matched the footprints found at the crime scene, which confirmed Michael and Rudy's guilt. During the imprisonment of the individual involved, notes containing incriminating information were found and used against them. At the trial, the most reckless act was Michael's decision to speak in his own defense. Even his lawyers tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. He thought he was smarter than everyone else. His confidence worked against him, as he made several contradictory confessions that only convinced the jury of his guilt. Michael and Rudy made a desperate attempt to shift the blame onto Annette, but this also failed. August 10, 1990, the jury found Michael Apelt and Rudy Alfred Apelt guilty of first-degree murder. Both brothers were sentenced to death. However, in 2009, Rudy's sentence was overturned because an IQ test showed that he was mentally disabled. His sentence was commuted to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. After 25 years, Rudy applied for parole in 2017. At the commission meeting, a letter was read from Kathy, who recalled that it was Rudy who inflicted most of the knife wounds on Cynthia and slit her throat. Kathy was convinced that such a man was dangerous and should not be released. As a result, his petition was denied. On April 26, 2022, 52-year-old Rudy died behind bars. Michael's sentence has not changed. He remains on death row awaiting execution. His defense is deliberately delaying the execution appeal, prolonging his life. Cynthia's death was so devastating that it prevented Kathy from trusting men and people in general. She did not marry until she was 50 years old. The murder of Cynthia Monkman cannot be called a crime of passion. It was a cold calculation by sociopaths for whom human life became merely a tool for achieving material goals. Insurance companies, in their attempt to increase profits by selling high-value policies, unwittingly created the conditions for murder by providing the criminals with a financial motive. Evidence indicates that the Apelt brothers would not have killed Cynthia if her life had not been insured. They probably would have turned their attention to another victim. On a quiet Saturday evening in West Hollywood, an awful incident occurred inside an apartment just a few blocks from the busy city streets. Despite the calmness, no unusual sounds, no loud arguments or cries for help, but behind that door, a disagreement escalated into a serious situation. When police and firefighters finally entered the apartment, they were stunned by what they found, even experienced officers. What really happened that night? Kurt Landma was born on December 24, 1979, in Scottsdale, Arizona, in the eastern part of Maricopa County. He was the youngest of two sons of Danny and Peggy Ma, a Chinese-American couple. Kurt Land grew up in a loving and peaceful environment. He was a deeply cherished child, especially by his maternal grandparents, Wing Doi Jimmy and Ellen Lee. With his friendly demeanor and constant smile, he had a natural charm that endeared him to everyone, making his grandparents feel incredibly fortunate to have him as their grandson. Kurt Land showed early academic potential in elementary school, but it was in high school that his passion for learning really blossomed. He was not only a talented student but also had a strong curiosity that drove him to seek knowledge beyond what was taught in classes. After regular school hours, he took advanced mathematics courses at another institution, aiming to push himself further. One day, while heading to one of these extra classes, he met a girl his age from a different school. Their brief conversation left a lasting impression. She was drawn to Kirtland's kindness and sense of humor, and he felt the same way. From that point on, they became very close. During their junior year, they both transferred to the same school in Phoenix. Soon after, she worked up the courage to confess her feelings for Kurt Land, believing he was her soulmate. She shared her deep love for him, but Kurt Land, although considerate, did not feel the same way. He viewed her more like a sister. This left she heartbroken, but eventually, she recognized the value of their friendship and chose to cherish it instead of dwelling on unrequited love. Meanwhile, Kurt Land focused even more on his studies, which led him to excel academically and stand out among his peers. In 1997, Kurt Land took a standardized school assessment test, an important exam in the U.S. used to evaluate students' reading, writing, and math skills, which is often crucial for university admissions. His score was nearly perfect, earning him the distinguished title of Presidential Scholar, an honor for the country's top students. Kurt Land was dedicated to his studies, but he also believed in leading a balanced life, which led him to compete in tennis. He frequently participated in city tournaments, many hosted at local universities, highlighting his versatility and discipline. In 1998, Kurt Land started a new chapter at Yale University, choosing to major in American Studies. As he adapted to campus life, He was assigned to a residential college and shared a room with a student named Michael. The two quickly became close friends. Michael was particularly impressed by Kirtland's constant kindness and selflessness. He was someone who offered help without expecting anything in return. Michael's impressions were spot on. Kirtland's calm demeanor, patience, and genuine kindness made him magnetic. He easily connected with others, not out of effort, but because it was part of his character. His fellow students at Yale quickly recognized his captivating personality, sharp intellect, and humble nature, leading them to respect and befriend him. As people got to know him better, many realized that he was a trusted confidant. Friends often turned to him for advice, and Kirtland never let them down. He showed his appreciation not through grand declarations but through thoughtful gestures. During trips to New York City, just a couple of hours away from campus, he would often return with small gifts for those he cared about. Although he and female friend no longer lived in the same city, their friendship never faded. In one of their many conversations, she asked him why he never spoke about dating women. Deep down, she believed his silence was a kind way of sparing her feelings, but she wasn't prepared for the answer Kirtland gave. In a moment of honesty, Kirtland shared a part of himself he had kept private. He simply wasn't attracted to women. He explained that he was gay. She, surprised but open-hearted, listened carefully. Although it saddened her to think that Kirtland hadn't felt safe sharing this sooner, that conversation, free of judgment and full of trust, marked a turning point. It allowed Kirtland to embrace his identity more freely. From that day forward, he confided in she about the men he was attracted to. After graduating in 2002, Kirtland pursued another dream, traveling the world. His first destination was China, where he taught English and later took part in a cultural exchange program. This experience led him to Spain, where he lived with a host family and immersed himself in a different culture. Those months abroad helped him gain clarity about his future. By 2004, Kirtland realized he wanted to become a doctor. Driven by a strong sense of purpose, he returned to Yale, this time attending its School of Medicine. He continued to excel academically, writing his medical thesis on how traditional Chinese medicine could be applied to treat HIV patients in Hong Kong. After earning his degree in 2008, Kirtland moved to Manhattan to start his emergency medicine residency. During this time, he volunteered with a team of about 40 local healthcare professionals dedicated to educating New York's LGBTQ community about the risks associated with illicit substance use and unsafe intimate relationships. Kirtland's dedication as a doctor shone through when he made an exceptional and precise diagnosis for a patient with a rare type of fish poisoning. This case was significant enough to be featured in an article in the New York Times. Outside of his medical career, Kirtland enjoyed a lively social life, attending various gatherings and events when his schedule permitted. It was during one of these social outings that he met Andre Davids. Born in 1977 and a native of New York, Andre was very close to his sister. Unlike Kirtland, who was outgoing, Andre was more introverted. At that time, Andre was undergoing medical treatment, but the details of his condition were kept private. What was known was that his treatment involved medication that could potentially interact dangerously with other substances. Despite their differing personalities, Kirtland and Andre quickly felt a strong attraction to each other. What began as a friendship soon blossomed into a romantic relationship. Even though Kirtland was open about many aspects of his life, he chose to keep his relationship with Andre private for a long time, even from his closest friends and family. By the time he completed his medical residency, he felt it was time to take a break from the pace of New York City. Longing to reconnect with his family, Kirtland returned to Arizona in July 2012. He temporarily moved in with his parents, Peggy and Danny. Grateful to be home again and the support of his loved ones, Kirtland shared his happiness on social media. Soon after, he began working at 2 hospitals in the Phoenix metropolitan area. Though miles apart, his bond with Andre remained strong. He also kept in touch with his friends in New York, often reuniting with them during visits, whether they came to Arizona or he traveled east. Eventually, Andre began accompanying him on these trips until, in 2013, he decided to move to Arizona permanently to be closer to Kirtland. That September, Kirtland posted a photo of the two of them together online, making their relationship public for the first time. The revelation surprised some friends, but they warmly welcomed Andre into their circle. They didn't just offer polite gestures, they genuinely tried to include him socially. However, from the outset, Andre seemed reluctant to connect. His jealousy toward Kirtland's friendships gradually became more noticeable over time. This possessiveness intensified, and he began asking Kirtland to avoid spending time with his friends. Kirtland, ever the optimist, remained calm. He didn't allow Andre's behavior to derail his own goals. He continued making plans with his friend, even organizing trips together. Rather than feel discouraged, Kirtland believed that a new environment might help their relationship. He dreamed of moving to a more open and accepting place for LGBT people, somewhere they could thrive as a couple. After giving it thoughtful consideration, California seemed like the perfect destination. He was excited by the idea and shared his vision with Andre, assuring him that they would embark on this new chapter together. Once they relocated, Kirtland began working at a hospital. Simultaneously, he looked forward to being more active in the LGBT community. California, with its vibrant culture and inclusivity, felt like the ideal place to do just that. True to his enthusiastic nature, the prospect energized him deeply. In February 2014, they rented an apartment in West Hollywood, a lively neighborhood known for its nightlife and diversity. Initially, only Andre moved in, as Kirtland had to make a trip to Japan. But upon returning to the US on March 24th, Kirtland sensed immediately that the change in scenery had done little to repair what was broken. The tensions between them still lingered. For the first time, he seriously contemplated ending the relationship. On the afternoon of Saturday, March 29, 2014, after a restless night for Andre, who had used banned substances and barely slept, Kirtland decided it was finally time to have the difficult conversation they had avoided for too long. Calmly, he expressed his dissatisfaction with where things were heading and admitted that he was considering dating other people. Andre, unprepared, unwilling to accept the possibility of separation, refused outright. He also rejected any suggestion of an open relationship, insisting on exclusivity. The conversation quickly escalated into an argument as tensions flared until both men reached for kitchen knives. What began as a verbal exchange devolved into a physical struggle. Kirtland, in a moment of regained clarity, attempted to de-escalate the situation, but Andre, overtaken by rage, did not stop. In a violent outburst, he seized the weapon and stabbed Kirtland repeatedly until he collapsed, lifeless. Panicked and unsure of what to do next, Andre called his sister and told her they had a serious fight, but he withheld the horrifying truth of what had just happened. Alarmed by her brother's unstable behavior and fearing he might harm himself, Andre's sister immediately contacted the police, sharing all the information she had. Officers were dispatched to the address she provided to conduct a check. However, when no one responded at the door, they eventually left the scene. As the hours passed and she remained without news, Andre's sister called the police again. This time, officers returned to the apartment, accompanied by a team of firefighters. At 4:55 p.m. on Saturday, March 29, 2014, both teams entered an apartment in West Hollywood. Inside, they found a gruesome scene. Kirtland was on the kitchen floor after a violent attack. In the bathroom, Andre was in the tub, injured and holding a knife, threatening to take his own life. Next to him were a cell phone and a bottle of pills. A police officer quickly secured the knife, while the fire department helped lift Andre out of the tub. He was taken to a nearby hospital to treat injuries on his neck and wrists. Unfortunately, paramedics confirmed that they could do nothing for Kirtland, who was officially pronounced dead by the Los Angeles County coroner just before 7 p.m. The autopsy showed the extent of Kirtland's injuries. He had suffered 40 stab wounds from various sharp kitchen tools, was disemboweled, some organs were stuffed into the mouth, and pills were stuffed into the body cavity. From the outset, Andre Davids was identified as the main suspect. At the hospital, toxicology tests revealed multiple substances in his system. When detectives spoke with Andre in his hospital room, he did not refuse to answer their questions. Instead, he confessed to the murder and recounted the events leading up to it, expressing deep remorse and a wish to end his life. On Sunday, March 30th, 2014, after further investigation, Andre was arrested at the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station. He was charged with murder involving a deadly weapon and held on a $1 million bail. He was then moved to the correctional facility in Los Angeles. News of Kirtland's murder spread quickly, dominating headlines and attracting significant media attention. Just a week later, a separate violent incident in the same apartment complex injured several people, causing widespread fear among residents. Many began to reassess their safety in the area. Andre's trial started in December 2015. He faced charges of voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder. The distinction between these charges was crucial because California law required the prosecution to prove whether the crime involved express or implied malice, which impacted the potential sentence severity. Kirtland's family advocated for the most serious charge, which could lead to life imprisonment. In contrast, the defense argued that Andre's mental state was impaired by banned substance use and prescription medications. They pointed out that Andre had no prior history of violence and claimed that the killing occurred in a moment of intense emotional distress, a common argument for reducing charges in emotionally driven crimes. The jury considered various factors, including Kirtland's stated desire to end the relationship, which may have intensified Andre's emotional turmoil. On December 17, 2015, Andre Davids was convicted of voluntary manslaughter. His sentencing hearing took place on January 21, 2016, at the Los Angeles Superior Court. A particularly emotional moment occurred when Wayland, Massachusetts, the older brother of the victim Kirtland, addressed the court. He spoke directly to Andre, conveying his deep pain and anger over the loss of his brother in such a violent manner. He expressed a wish that the memory of the crime would torment Andre for the rest of his life. In California, involuntary manslaughter carries a sentence of 3 to 11 years. The judge decided to impose the maximum sentence of 11 years, along with an additional year for the use of a deadly weapon. Kirtland's family and many others in the community were deeply troubled by the verdict, believing the sentence to be too lenient given the brutality of the crime. Some even called for a retrial to seek a harsher punishment, but the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution prohibits a second trial for the same crime. Andre's legal team appealed the 12-year sentence, seeking a reduction. The appeal was heard on November 17, 2016, by a panel of 3 judges in California's 2nd District Court of Appeal. The defense argued for a mid-range sentence of 6 years. However, the deputy district attorney described the crime scene as one of the most horrific she had ever seen, which left the judges convinced of the crime's severity. In her closing statement, the deputy district attorney highlighted Andre's danger to society. Ultimately, the judges upheld the original sentence, agreeing that the nature of the crime warranted the maximum punishment allowed by law. The tragic death of Kirtland marked a profound loss for his family, friends, and the communities he touched. A gifted doctor and compassionate soul, Kirtland's journey from a cherished child in Scottsdale to a respected physician in West Hollywood was defined by kindness, intellect, and a commitment to helping others. His life, cut short by a violent act born of personal turmoil, left an indelible void. Andre Davids' conviction for voluntary manslaughter and 12-year sentence offered some measure of justice, but for many, it could not erase the pain of such a brutal crime. Ana was born in 1983 in Belgrade, Serbia. She pursued her passion for the French language and literature, earning a bachelor's degree from the University of Belgrade. In 2005, she moved to the United States and eventually gained dual citizenship after settling in Virginia. Ana began her career as a hotel housekeeper, but her hard work, dedication, and kindness quickly impressed her employers. This led to various prestigious job opportunities at luxury hotels and resorts in New England, including the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts. While working at Wheatley, Ana met Brian Walsh. At that time, Ana was in a serious relationship with someone else. However, after her divorce, she had the opportunity to reconnect with Brian. In 2014, Brian was a complicated man with a troubled past. He was the son of a prominent neurologist who headed the neurology department at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Despite coming from a wealthy family, he had faced numerous emotional and psychological difficulties. His parents neglected him, which left him feeling unloved and emotionally scarred. They sent him to a prestigious boarding school in Rhode Island, hoping that a good education would compensate for their lack of attention. However, instead of helping him, this only exacerbated his feelings of abandonment. After graduating from boarding school, Brian attended Carnegie Mellon University, a prestigious institution. However, he did not remain there long, as he was forced to leave to enter a mental health facility. Although Brian's parents were able to pay for his treatment, they could not agree on who would be responsible for his care. As a result, he was compelled to leave the facility without the support he needed. Brian lived a varied life and often displayed his love of luxury. One notable occasion was when he bought the entire stock of white truffles at a restaurant in Boston, highlighting his wealth. Even as a teenager, he displayed similar behavior, dressing in a suit and tie while sipping Pepsi in the lobby of the Ritz-Carlton, mingling with high-profile brokers. In 2015, Brian's life changed when he met Anna, and they became engaged. They eventually married and welcomed their first child, followed by 2 more children in the subsequent years. However, their life together faced obstacles, including legal issues stemming from fraudulent art sales. Brian used Anna's eBay account to sell 2 Andy Warhol paintings, claiming that they were originals and that he needed to sell them due to a recent renovation. A buyer from California paid $80,000 for the paintings, but upon receiving them, discovered they were fakes and sued Anna and Brian. The buyer alleged that Anna exploited her connections in the hospitality industry to build trust, which enabled her husband to sell the forged artwork. It remains unclear how much Anna knew about Brian's fraudulent activities. However, she wrote a letter to the judge commending Brian for his dedication as a stay-at-home father. While trying to support him, she is also preparing for the possibility that he could face a long prison sentence. She has begun moving her and her son's belongings into a separate home in Washington, D.C., suggesting that she plans to move there permanently. Anna was an extraordinary individual, both in her professional and personal life, known for her dedication and kindness. Those around her felt her influence, and her positive impact was undeniable. One of Anna's defining characteristics is her dedication to her work. She approaches tasks with seriousness and never takes the easy way out. Her confidence and expertise shine through, enabling her to achieve outstanding results. Despite Anna's demanding career, her 3 sons remained her top priority. She was a devoted mother who always put her family first. Her relentless efforts were fueled by a strong desire to give her children the best life possible. Anna's 3 sons mean everything to her, and she cherishes every moment spent with them. Although she often has to travel for work, she makes sure to stay connected with her children. Modern technology, including texting, phone calls, and FaceTime, allows her to keep in touch with them no matter where she is. This connection gives her a sense of security and helps maintain a close relationship with her children. While Anna excelled in her career, Brian stayed home to care for their 3 sons. This situation arose from Brian's involvement in an art fraud case, which led to him being placed under house arrest. With Anna frequently away, Brian took on the important role of ensuring the boys were well cared for. He aimed to create a loving and supportive environment for them, understanding that they depended on him. He took this responsibility seriously by spending quality time with his children and providing them with all the care they needed. In addition to creating a cozy home, Brian worked hard to keep it tidy and functional. On New Year's Eve 2022, Anna and Brian welcomed a close friend into their home at 8:30 p.m. to celebrate together. Anna greeted the friend cheerfully while Brian prepared dinner in the kitchen. The 3 enjoyed the evening by taking photos and discussing future plans. The friend left at 1:30 a.m., and everything seemed normal in their household. However, on New Year's Day, the friend texted both Anna and Brian to thank them for a fun evening, but only Brian replied, and Anna did not respond, which was unusual for her. Anna had booked a flight for January 3rd from Logan International Airport to Washington, D.C. However, on January 4th, her superiors at Tishman Speyer and her husband, Brian, reported her missing. During the investigation, detectives spoke with Brian, who stated that on January 1st, 2022, Anna left home early to catch a flight due to a company emergency. He mentioned that she used a rideshare service to get to the airport, but he was asleep when she left. However, detectives could not confirm whether Anna had called an Uber or Lyft, and they also did not have any records of her boarding a flight on January 1st. Additionally, her credit and debit cards showed no activity. The detectives contacted their colleagues in Washington, D.C. to check Anna's residence there, but she was not found. Investigators and K-9 teams searched the entire Anna family home and the surrounding areas for clues. In addition to the local police, state and county officers were called in to assist with the search and rescue effort. More than 50 officers were actively involved, utilizing their expertise and resources to look for any sign of Anna. Divers also joined the investigation, searching the nearby streams for possible clues. Unfortunately, despite their extensive efforts, no signs of Anna were discovered, and there was no indication of her whereabouts. 6 days after Anna went missing, a local police detective received a ransom email demanding $127,000. The email was sent by Richard Walker from the address 9984@gmail.com at 5:18 p.m. It claimed that they had Anna Walsh and that she had messed up their agreement for the ransom. The sender threatened that if the money was not paid, Anna would not be returned. However, the ransom note did not include any instructions on how law enforcement should respond or fulfill their demands. As investigators investigated Anna's disappearance, they uncovered suspicious background information about her husband, Brian. In the early 2000s, Brian approached his parents regarding a real estate deal for an old, rundown house in Lenox. He suggested that his father fund the renovations, with an agreement to share the profits when the house was sold. However, things changed when Brian's father invested a significant amount, around $500,000, into the renovations. On the night they were set to close the deal, Brian vanished without informing his family. This left his father feeling betrayed and led to a rift between them. Furthermore, the detectives uncovered several troubling details about Brian. In 2019, after the death of his father, he attempted to sell his father's house, even though he had been disinherited in the will. He was also accused of writing $30,000 in bad checks. However, the most alarming finding was from 2014, when he and Anna were engaged. Anna called the police and reported that Brian had threatened to kill her over the phone. However, the case was closed after Anna stopped cooperating with law enforcement. The detective spoke with Anna's mother, who was abroad at the time. She revealed that Anna had urgently asked her to come to the United States and mentioned having a bad feeling about Anna's situation, especially since she was missing. Given Brian's threats and his legal issues, he became the primary suspect in Anna's disappearance. Investigators found that just days before Anna went missing, Brian had hired a private investigator through his mother to track Anna's movements after losing contact with her for 24 hours while she was in Washington, D.C. He had become suspicious, thinking she might be cheating, and had been closely monitoring her social media accounts for any signs of infidelity. During the investigation into Anna's disappearance, detectives uncovered significant information. They discovered that Anna had been in a romantic relationship with a man in Washington, D.C. When they reached out to him, he claimed that his relationship with Anna was open and that they had spent Christmas Eve together. Due to his alibi, he was quickly cleared as a suspect. However, Anna's affair and Brian's knowledge of it raised suspicions about his possible involvement in her disappearance. On January 9th, Brian was arrested for misleading the police during the investigation. His 3 sons, who had previously been in his care, were handed over to the Department of Children and Family Services, DCFS. Following his arrest, Brian pleaded not guilty. His deception took place during an interview on New Year's Day. During this questioning, Brian told detectives that he left home at 3 p.m. to visit his mother but got lost because he forgot his cell phone. However, further investigation revealed inconsistencies in his story. Detectives obtained security camera footage from Whole Foods and CVS, stores he claimed to have visited, but found no evidence of him being there. Additionally, he was unable to provide any receipts for the items he claimed to have bought. This led detectives to search Brian's home in Cohasset, Massachusetts. In the basement, they found a damaged, bloody knife, which they collected for evidence testing. Crime scene investigators conducted a thorough search of Anna and Brian's home, seizing electronic devices belonging to both them and their children. Among the seized devices was an iPad belonging to their sons, which revealed alarming internet searches made by Brian on January 1, 2023. His searches included phrases like how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, and can you be charged with murder without a body. On January 2, 2023, investigators reviewed CCTV footage that showed Brian visiting HomeGoods and buying 3 rugs. They also found concerning Google searches he made that day, such as can you identify a body with broken teeth. Furthermore, Home Depot surveillance captured him pushing a cart filled with cleaning supplies, including mops, brushes, tape, baking soda, goggles, face masks, tarps, and gloves, totaling $450. This raised suspicions about his intentions, suggesting that he may have been preparing for a cleanup. The detectives obtained additional security camera footage from an apartment complex in Abington on January 3rd. The video showed Brian walking toward a dumpster while carrying a heavy trash bag. His effort to lift the trash bag into the trash can indicated that there was something very heavy inside. Unfortunately, when the investigators arrived, they found that the contents of the dumpster had already been taken to a dump where they were shredded and incinerated. This made it difficult for the detectives to gather further evidence, as the trash bag and anything it contained had already been destroyed. Later, while searching the dumpster behind Brian's mother's home in January, detectives found several suspicious items, including blood-stained trash bags, towels, rags, a Tyvek protective suit, goggles, and Anna's slippers. They also discovered a hacksaw, cutting blades, a purse, and boots that matched those Anna was last seen wearing. Additionally, a part of the necklace she wore on New Year's Eve was found. After analyzing these items at the crime lab, investigators found DNA from both Anna and Brian on the flip-flops and the protective suit, which further strengthened Brian's connection to the case. On the night of January 3rd, Brian returned home and conducted a series of unsettling Google searches. He searched for questions like, what happens to hair on a dead body? How fast does a body decompose? How does decomposition differ for a body in a plastic bag versus one found on the ground? And can baking soda mask the smell of a body? These searches raised further suspicions among detectives, who believed Brian was contemplating how to dispose of Anna's body. They also searched a nearby trash transfer facility and found bloodstains there. On January 18th, just over 2 weeks after Anna went missing, Brian was arrested once again, this time facing charges of murder and unlawful handling of a body. Prosecutors alleged that Brian killed Anna by beating her to death, then handled her remains and disposed of them improperly. His case attracted widespread media attention and public interest due to its mysterious circumstances. The Serbian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through the Serbian Consulate General in New York, worked closely with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office to gather information for Anna's mother, who was in Serbia. In 2024, Brian Walsh received a 37-month prison sentence for an art fraud case. During the summer of that year, the prosecution informed the media that they were still waiting for DNA test results related to the evidence collected. However, they were confident that the results would be received soon. Brian's legal situation changed when his defense attorney decided to withdraw from the case, feeling unable to effectively represent him. This led to his case being handed over to public defender Larry Tipton, who specializes in criminal defense. When an attorney takes over a case, they must review all relevant information and evidence to fully understand it, identify any weaknesses, and create a solid defense strategy. In Brian's case, this review was particularly difficult due to the large volume of over 1,000 pages of documents to go through. In January 2023, psychotherapist Dr. Robbie Ludwig appeared on News Nation and shared her thoughts on Anna Walsh and her marriage. Dr. Ludwig speculated that Anna might have been in an abusive relationship and could have been in danger. Her views were based on her professional insights, as she had neither met nor treated Anna or Brian. During her appearance, Dr. Ludwig suggested that there could have been complex dynamics in Anna and Brian's relationship. She proposed that Brian may have felt intimidated by Anna's financial success and insecure about his lack of financial contribution to the household. Dr. Ludwig believed that this insecurity could have worsened any existing mental health issues Brian faced, such as depression, anxiety, and anger. Dr. Ludwig's theory suggests that Brian might have felt threatened by the possibility of losing everything he valued, including his wife, Anna, their 3 sons, and their comfortable lifestyle. In the same segment on News Nation, a photo of Anna showed a wound near her eye. She had shared this selfie on Instagram prior to her disappearance, captioning it, "Mild concussion, bruised lip, and a cut vulnerability." However, there is no evidence linking Brian to the injury on Anna. Anna Walsh's friends and family are very worried about giving her a proper burial, believing she deserves a dignified funeral. Unfortunately, they do not have the financial means, and her husband, Brian, who is the main suspect in her disappearance, is not cooperating. Consequently, they cannot proceed with the funeral arrangements until the circumstances surrounding her death are clarified. As of now, formal arrangements for Anna's funeral have not been made. Arnima Hayat, a 19-year-old girl who was intelligent, ambitious, and full of dreams. She aspired to be a doctor to help save lives. Her family moved across the ocean to support her dreams, overcoming poverty and cultural challenges. In 2022, her name appeared in the headlines, but as a victim. Arnima was born in 2003 in a small town in southern Bangladesh. Although her family faced financial hardships, they always emphasized the importance of education. From a young age, Arnima displayed a remarkable and strong work ethic. She asking questions about everything from the stars to how to care for others, as her mother, Mahfuza Akhtar, remembers. In 2012, the Hayat family moved to Australia in hopes of providing their children with better educational and career opportunities. Arnima's father expressed they wanted their children to grow up in a place where their dreams could become a reality. However, their relocation to Sydney presented significant challenges, including language barriers, cultural differences, and financial struggles. Despite these obstacles, Arnima quickly adapted and immersed herself in her studies. She excelled at school, was recognized for her intelligence and determination. Arnima actively engaged in social events and helped organize school activities. By the age of 16, she decided to pursue a career in medicine and enrolled in a medical science course at a Sydney university. Her mother shared that Arnima's goal was to help people, especially women facing difficult situations. However, despite her outward success, Arnima faced personal challenges. Like many teenagers, she was searching for her identity. She dreamed of love and family, but her traditional parents urged her to focus on her education, complete university before considering marriage. In 2020, Arnima met Marriage Zuffer, the son of Bangladeshi immigrants in Australia. He grew up in Sydney, where his family sought to establish a new life. Before meeting Arnima, Marriage worked as a construction worker and was passionate about sports, which contributed to his strong and imposing physique. 2 years older than Arnima, he and Arnima connected through mutual friends on social media. He quickly earned Arnima's trust, appearing caring, considerate, expressed his desire to protect and make her happy. Their relationship progressed rapidly. Marriage showered Arnima with gifts and assured her that they would create a happy family together. He appeared to be the ideal partner. In early 2021, Arnima and Marriage secretly got married, holding a ceremony without their families. This decision angered Arnima's parents, who couldn't believe she had done it without their approval and believed he was not a suitable match for her. Despite this, Marriage convinced Arnima that their marriage would bring them joy and promised to move them into a separate apartment to start fresh. However, just weeks after the wedding, the situation began to change. Arnima, who had been a cheerful and sociable young woman, became more withdrawn. Marriage exhibited jealousy and aggression. He prevented her from seeing her friends, monitored her communications, and even threatened to harm her if she disobeyed him. He claimed she was his. If she so much as glanced at someone while out, he would yell and threaten her. These threats were not just words. Arnima began to show obvious signs of abuse with increasing bruises on her body. Arnima was afraid of what he might do if she reported his abuse to the police. She held on to the hope that he would change and that their love could solve their problems. Besides, Marriage did not have a healthy relationship with her parents. In May 2021, he attacked Arnima's father when the father tried to help them, leading to a restraining order that barred Marriage from getting near the Hayat family. In December 2021, Arnima found out she was pregnant. This news brought a mix of joy and fear, as she realized the baby would connect her to Marriage for life. She texted a friend, sharing that she did not wish to have children with him and her growing dislike for him. Arnima often confided in her friends about the physical abuse she suffered. On one occasion, she described how he grabbed her neck and squeezed until she lost consciousness, when believing that he had seen her with another man. Arnima confided in her friends about her plans to approach the police, expressing regret over her marriage and her desire for a divorce. Arnima and Marriage's relationship was in crisis. Marriage, who once seemed caring, became more and more aggressive. He controlled her every action, forbade her from seeing friends and family. Finally, when it's too much to bear, she decided to leave Marriage. She sent her friend a text on January 29, 2022, which would be her final communication. During a phone call with his mother, Marriage revealed that he and Arnima had a severe argument. When she inquired about Arnima's condition, Marriage stated that she was not breathing. Although his mother urged him to call for an ambulance, he refused, saying he's not going to call the ambulance. He scared the police will arrest him and put him in jail. Marriage then asked her about the cost of a flight overseas. Eventually, his mother called emergency services at 4:32 p.m. The police had to break down the door to enter the home, where they made a shocking discovery. Arnima was found face down in the bathtub, partially submerged in a brown liquid, with 5 20-liter bottles of acid in the bathroom and a strong chemical odor in the air. Identification of her body required DNA testing. The scene posed significant challenges for the responding officers. Once they discovered the chemicals, they withdrew and called for additional support. She was murdered by the person who was supposed to love and protect her, the father of her child, and the one with whom she was meant to start a family. By the time the police arrived, Marriage had already fled. Upon investigating the crime scene, officers noted signs of a struggle. Neighbors reported hearing screams from the apartment on the night of January 29th, but no one contacted the police. Arnima's text messages to her friends detailing the abuse she suffered became crucial evidence against her husband. The experts concluded that she died from strangulation. The investigation uncovered that her husband, Marriage, killed her after discovering she intended to leave him. He either strangled her with his hands or suffocated her with a pillow. Afterward, he placed her body, who was in the early stages of pregnancy, in a bathtub. Following the murder, Marriage's internet searches included queries like, "Can hydrochloric acid burn through skin? What is the prison sentence for murder in Sydney?" The next morning, Marriage tried hard to hide his actions. The investigation revealed that he left his apartment in North Parramatta in his van and went to the Bunnings store to buy 100 liters of hydrochloric acid. Cell phone records provided disturbing insights into the couple's relationship. Arnima described experiences of abuse, stating that Marriage had beaten her nearly to death and referred to herself as a slave in an abusive marriage while expressing a desire to get a divorce. In December 2021, Arnima warned Marriage that when people found out about them, he would go to jail for years. Marriage responded by questioning who would find out. In another conversation, Arnima expressed her dislike for having a son like him, to which he replied that they would have many sons just like him. Marriage sent messages indicating that Arnima needed his permission to leave their home. On the night she was murdered, Arnima messaged a friend, stating that Arnima had nobody except her. The friend replied that Arnima had no choice and had to stay with him. In her last message at 9:10 p.m., Arnima wrote that she hated him. She was dead within 45 minutes. The police released a picture of Marriage to inform the public that he was a suspect in the crime. Knowing he couldn't escape the country and that his image was widely circulated, he chose to surrender to the authorities. He went to the police station on his own. His lawyer later claimed that this decision to cooperate with the investigation was wise. However, during his arrest, Marriage's behavior raised concerns. He appeared nervous, refused to discuss the details of the crime, and maintained his innocence. Initially, he claimed that Arnima had provoked the fight and that her death was accidental. However, under the weight of evidence, such as video footage and forensic analysis, Marriage changed his story. By the time of the trial, the police had gathered sufficient evidence to establish his guilt, clearly indicating that he murdered his wife and tried to dispose of her body to hide the crime. In May 2024, he admitted to committing murder, stating that he did so in a state of temporary insanity due to his fear of losing his wife. During the hearing at the New South Wales Supreme Court, Marriage kept a low profile and avoided making eye contact with Arnima's family. His defense rested on two key points. First, the lawyers claimed that Arnima had threatened to leave him and prevent him from seeing their future child, which triggered his anger. Second, they contended that Marriage had not premeditated the crime and that purchasing acid was a spontaneous act driven by his panic. In a letter to the court and Arnima's family, Marriage expressed full responsibility for his actions. Prosecutors presented evidence showing Marriage's previous Google searches, including questions like "Does hydrochloric acid burn the skin?" and "term for murder in Sydney." This suggested that he was aware of his guilt. Arnima's text messages to friends, where she spoke of abuse and threats, confirmed that Marriage was controlling and degrading towards her. Court documents included messages revealing Marriage's abusive actions, such as Arnima pleading to leave in one message. During the trial, Arnima's father, Abu Hayat, said, "Marriage ruined their future." Arnima's mother, Mahfuza, wept as she spoke about her daughter's dream of becoming a doctor. Arnima wanted to save lives, but she couldn't save her own. In a statement read by a support person, Arnima's mother said her life fell apart the day her daughter was murdered. "There is no joy, no laughter, only suffering and pain. Her tears are never ending, and the deep ache in her heart never stops," she said. Arnima was stolen not only from their family but from the thousands of people she would have helped as a wonderful medical doctor. She recalled the day Arnima got into medical school as the happiest day of her life. Mahfuza was so overjoyed, she thought her heart would burst. Mahfuza remembered how beautiful her daughter looked the day they received their Australian citizenship and said she would give anything to see her face just one more time. Instead, she sit by Arnima's grave every Friday, stroking the grass, because she can no longer stroke Arnima's hair, she said. In his final statement, Marriage tried to apologize. However, his tone sounded formal, and his words were not backed by genuine emotion. A court-requested psychological evaluation revealed narcissistic and manipulative traits that cast doubt on the sincerity of his remorse. According to prosecutors, Marriage could not accept that Arnima was planning to leave and saw her pregnancy as a shackle rather than a joy. The judge noted that Marriage viewed his wife as property, not as a beloved partner. On December 19, 2024, judgment was entered in this case, sentencing Marriage in the New South Wales Supreme Court. Justice Deborah Sweeney stated that he had acted with reckless indifference to life by either choking or smothering Arnima. Sweeney said she had considered these factors along with Marriage's conduct regarding Arnima's body after her death and that he did not undertake any significant planning or organization in killing Arnima. The judge assessed the offense as being in the mid-range of seriousness for murder and sentenced Marriage suffer to 21 years in prison, without the possibility of parole for 16 years. Judge Deborah Sweeney stated that she took into account that he acknowledged his need for rehabilitation. She mentioned that given his youth, his limited prior record, and his attitude, it seemed he had positive prospects for rehabilitation. The judge emphasized that the sentence reflected the severity of the crime, pointing out that not only had he taken the life of an innocent person, but he had also tried to erase her existence. Today, Marriage is being held in a maximum security prison in New South Wales. Wardens report that he avoids contact with other prisoners and spends most of his time in his cell. His lawyer periodically appeals, arguing that the sentence is disproportionately harsh, but so far, all attempts have been unsuccessful. The story of Arnima and Marriage is not only a chronicle of a crime but also a reminder of how tyranny in a relationship can lead to irreversible tragedy. Her life, cut short at the age of 19, became a symbol of the struggle for women's rights. All that Arnima's parents have are memories of their daughter. Every Friday, they visit the cemetery where their daughter's name is engraved on a marble slab, remembering the girl who dreamed of saving lives but couldn't save her own. A frightening call received to 911 reported a terrible crime that had occurred in the Eckerd family living in the state of Florida, United States. The love between two brothers was destroyed overnight due to jealousy over loving the same girl. Sean Paul Eckerd was born on October 12, 1990, in the small town located in San Diego County, California. His parents were Donna and Samuel Eckerd. He also had a brother, Stanley Elias Eckerd, who was 2 years older than Sean. Donna and Samuel had a total of 6 other children from previous relationships, but the media only mentioned the names of Jennifer. These children lived separately from the family on the other coast of the USA, in Florida. The Eckerd family settled in San Diego in a rented house, where Sean and Stanley spent their childhood. The boys grew up in love and care. It seemed their upbringing was calm and completely normal. Sean had charisma from child and was always very generous. With these qualities, he managed to win people over in their environment, practically making them fall in love with him. For Donna, in particular, Sean became a breath of fresh air in the family, and perhaps it was because of this that her affection for him was so noticeable. Due to the busy schedules of their parents, especially their mother, who was involved in work and church activities, Sean and Stanley were often left alone at home. The relationship between the two brothers was generally harmonious, although it was naturally not without episodes of quarrels, as often happens in family relationship. For example, it was common for Stanley, as the older brother, to make fun of Sean. Disagreements and disputes would often arise from this. As Sean grew up, he displayed a sociable and cheerful character, which contrasted with the calm demeanor of his parents. The Eckerd family did not communicate much with their neighbors and rarely made acquaintances. However, as Sean matured, everything changed. He managed to establish good relationships with everyone around him. At some point, this ability helped him become friends with their neighbor, Mary, who was from Torrance, located in Los Angeles County. She was a single mother of 2 children. Mary loved animals. She kept many different animals at her house, including horses, chickens, and sheep. The animals caught Sean's attention, leading him to visit her house frequently to help care for them. Sean began to spend more and more time at Mary's house, playing with her family, and he even became friends with her children. Over time, her house became a second home for Sean, especially during the times when his parents were not present or communicating much with him. Mary spoiled him and especially enjoyed having him around. At some point, he seemed to have become her child. Sean, Mary, and her children often went for walks to the observation decks of San Diego, just to admire the valley, which was one of Sean's favorite activities. However, in 2005, when Sean was 15 years old and had finished high school, he learned that the house where his family lived would be sold. When Sean found out that the house they were renting was going to be sold, he was heartbroken. He didn't want to move at all. The family had tried to find a place to rent in the area, but they couldn't find anything that fit their budget. His grandmother lived in Florida, and she had a house that she said they could live in if they moved there. So the family decided to move. Sean asked if he could stay with Mary, but his parents loved him so much they wanted him to stay with them. Mary remembers him crying when he arrived on the day he had to leave. The move occurred in August 2005. The family now lived in Spring Hill, Florida, in a house with a huge garden in the backyard. Both brothers enrolled in the local high school. Sean and Stanley adapted easily to the new environment, making friends both with their neighbors and classmates. Among their new friends, Samantha, a local teenage girl who quickly became friends with the brothers. Despite their busy new lives, Sean still missed Mary and her family. They kept in touch daily, calling each other to arrange meetings, leading Sean to dream that immediately after finishing school, he would return to California and continue living with them. In May 2006, Stanley revealed some news to their parents that left them utterly amazed. He announced that he was going to drop out of school. Stanley said that he wanted to devote more time to his hobby of studying martial arts and collecting swords. However, in reality, his desire to drop out was also influenced by the bad company he had fallen into. These unfavorable connections eventually led to his arrest in 2007 on charges of committing serious crimes related to fraud. However, later on, Stanley managed to get away with it. One of the neighbors knew Stanley, described him as a cheerful guy but called him a liar and a thief with obsessive thoughts, stating that he lied only to feel better. One of the Eckerd children described Stanley as a talented musician with a high intellect. Perhaps because of his rich vocabulary, the other kids considered him arrogant because they simply did not understand him. She said that people with high IQs often seem a little strange to others. She insisted that her brother was a good person. At the end of the same summer, Sean also approached their parents with troubling news, announcing his desire to drop out of school. Samuel and Donna feared a similar outcome, believing that Sean could follow the same crooked path as his older brother. However, Sean was not inclined to get into trouble. Instead, he soon got a job and joined the service team at a restaurant chain. Unfortunately, Sean often fell ill, which drove him to despair. He was forced to miss shifts at work, and soon he had to quit his job. Eventually, it turned out that he was suffering from encephalitis. Then, Sean even fell into a coma that lasted for 40 days. As his sister recounted, the doctors who treated him in Tampa said he had white lesions on his brain and considered his survival unlikely. His parents did not want to give up and insisted that Sean might wake up. Fortunately for them, it happened. When Sean finally awoke, he was in a deplorable state. He had lost about 20 kilograms and was greatly weakened. He had to undergo long-term therapy. During this difficult process, the Eckerd family was by his side. Donna, Samuel, and Stanley gave him unwavering support. Thanks in many ways to their efforts, Sean managed to fully rehabilitate and regain his health. Undoubtedly, such problems with their son affected Donna deeply. She experienced so much stress and suffering that she eventually developed heart problems. Sean, after going through this ordeal, wanted to return to school. Some of his friends and family members noted that he seemed to have begun to treat life more sensibly and appreciated every moment. Being in this mental state, in the summer of 2009, Sean decided that he was ready to go to California and reunite with Mary, his second family. He was greeted with great joy, which led Sean to tell Mary about his aspirations and plans for the future. Sean also shared his dream of becoming a physical therapist, but noted that he would need money to make his dream come true. Sean and Mary were determined to figure it out, so they started looking for loans and grants. By this time, Sean took for granted that the right thing to do was to stick to his original plan of moving to California, and he told his mother about it. However, she felt that now was not the best time to let her son go, especially after all the suffering he had endured. Donna believed he would not be able to get proper medical care there. That with his parents, he had everything he needed to live, so she asked Sean to stay. It was an unpleasant decision for Sean, but he listened to his mother. Before parting from Mary, he promised them that he would return the following summer. At the same time in Florida, both brothers gradually began to warm up to Samantha, their mutual new friend. In early May 2010, Stanley and Sean exchanged text messages with her. However, it was Stanley who eventually took the initiative and asked her out. Samantha happily accepted, and they spent a wonderful evening together. At the end of the evening, they drove back together, and just before saying goodbye, they kissed. Stanley took this as a sign that they were now in a relationship and informed everyone he knew about it. However, it turned out that this was not the case. After their date, Samantha realized that she liked his brother Sean, and after a few days, she began dating Sean. It should be noted that both Sean and Samantha informed Stanley about their relationship. For Stanley, this news was shocking, and of course, the relationship between the brothers deteriorated sharply. It got to the point where they were arguing emotionally even in front of their parents. Because of this, Samantha and Sean pretended to break off their relationship, started keeping it a secret. However, this led to false hope for Stanley. Blinded by jealousy, Stanley warned Samantha not to trust Sean, claiming that Sean only wanted to play with her feelings. On June 17, 2010, while Sean and Stanley were helping their brother, Sean confessed that his relationship with Samantha was ongoing and that his intentions were serious. Stanley pretended that this news did not matter to him. However, deep down, he felt an intensely strong anger flare up inside him. The next day, without considering what Stanley might think or do, Sean made plans for a date with Samantha. Early Saturday morning, June 19, 2010, they said their goodbyes and went home. Sean immediately returned to his room and locked the door, planning to rest. However, Stanley had completely different plans. He quietly crept up to the door and opened it, bringing a rope with him. At first, the brothers just started arguing, but very soon their conversation escalated into a loud argument about courting Samantha. Suddenly, they attacked each other, and the fight took an unusual turn when Stanley threw a rope around Sean's neck. According to a later account, Stanley stated that at some point, they just fell to the floor, and Sean received a fatal blow to the neck. In horror, Stanley approached him and suddenly felt that the body of his younger brother was slowly freezing. Eventually, Sean's heart stopped, and he breathed his last in Stanley's arms. In a state of shock, Stanley began to deny what was happening. He placed Sean's body on the bed and started questioning how they had come to this tragic outcome. At that moment, Stanley could think of nothing better than to dig a grave in their garden with his own hands. Once he completed this task, he pulled his brother's body out of the window and lowered it into the hole. At the moment he began to bury Sean, their mother, Donna, woke up and strange muffled sounds outside the house attracted her attention. Noticing her son, she asked what he was doing. Stanley replied that he was simply burying some of Samantha's things because he didn't want them to continue reminding him of her. Donna was satisfied with this answer and left, allowing Stanley to continue with his terrible plan. He successfully completed the burial and devised a plan. He intended to dig up and bring Sean's body away in 2 weeks when his parents left home. Afterward, Stanley went to Sean's room and took Sean's phone to message Samantha while impersonating him. He claimed that Sean wanted to break off the relationship. Around 9:30 a.m., when Samantha woke up and saw these messages, she didn't know what to think or feel. Considering the previous evening, such words from Sean seemed absurd. Shortly after that, Stanley texted Samantha from Stanley's phone and asked her to call him back. He tried to convince her that Sean had packed his things and left for California. Before ending the conversation, Stanley added that things were calmer at home now. That same day, Samantha visited the Eckert house to collect some of her belongings. Offering to give her a lift, Stanley confessed that he still loved her and expressed hope that with Sean's departure, they could try to start anew. On Sunday, June 20th, 2010, Donna celebrated her birthday, coinciding with her father's celebration. Deciding not to miss the opportunity, they organized a party to celebrate both occasions. However, without Sean, it felt as though they could not enjoy the day. They tried calling him many times, but to no avail. At some point, Sean finally responded, but only through a text message. This was completely uncharacteristic of him, as he had never ignored his parents' calls before, prompting them to realize that something was wrong and fear that something terrible had happened to their son. On June 21st, 2010, Jennifer went to her parents' house to check for any news about Sean's whereabouts. During a conversation between Jennifer and Donna mentioned the strange pit that Stanley had dug the day before. "I don't quite understand. Will this make any sense?" Jennifer asked. She then urged their father to inspect the hole. As soon as they began digging, he fell onto his son's arms and legs. Panicking, he screamed in horror and quickly pieced together the grim reality. Jennifer dialed emergency services, but her voice was so broken that the dispatcher struggled to understand the situation. Meanwhile, Samuel was screaming non-stop, making it difficult for the dispatcher to grasp what was happening. At this time, Donna ran to Stanley's room to find out what had happened. She found her son sitting on the floor, sobbing and asking for forgiveness while claiming it was an accident. Meanwhile, Jennifer begged emergency services to send the police, fearing that Stanley might attack the rest of the family. After a harrowing 7-minute call, the police finally arrived at the Eckert house. There, they found Samuel kneeling in front of the hole, digging with his hands and trying to pull Sean's body out by his arms. An officer ordered him to stop, but he did not comply. The police had to forcibly lead the grieving father away. A few minutes later, Donna emerged from the room with Stanley. He was arrested on the scene and taken for questioning. During his interrogation, Stanley changed his account of events several times. Initially, he claimed that his brother was addicted to illegal substances and deep in debt. Then, one day, when he went into his room, he saw Sean attempting to end one's own life. Stanley asserted that he tried to stop Sean from what he had planned, but his efforts were in vain. He tried to convince the police that he hid his brother's body because he wanted to spare his mother the enormous pain of loss. After 2 hours of interrogation, under pressure from the police, Stanley finally admitted what truly happened and disclosed that the reason for the quarrel was Samantha, at 10:30 p.m. on the same Monday. Stanley was taken to Hernando County Jail to be held without bail on a charge of second-degree murder. 2 days later, the forensic experts performed an autopsy on Sean's body and presented the forensic analysis results to the court. The report stated that Sean had visible bruises in the muscles under the skin of his neck, which clearly indicated that the area had been compressed, making breathing difficult. The examination concluded that death was caused by traumatic brain injury and neck trauma. To determine whether the case warranted first or second-degree charges, Deputy State's Attorney began a thorough review of the case's circumstances. A first-degree charge would mean that Stanley could face the death penalty. On February 25, 2011, the first hearing was held before District Judge. In the second row of the courtroom were Samuel and Donna, who were clearly shocked by what was happening. Although prosecutor insisted on a first-degree charge, he confirmed that he would not seek the death penalty. Immediately after Judge announced that the hearing would be adjourned, Stanley, pale and handcuffed, made a calming gesture toward his parents. They were both sobbing. In the end, Stanley was charged with first-degree murder, but he was offered a plea deal. If he pleaded guilty, he would spend no more than 20 years in prison. To everyone's surprise, Stanley chose to stand trial, essentially giving up the opportunity to go free. The trial began on April 9, 2013. The defense was led by attorney Alan Fanter, while prosecutor Pete Magrino remained in charge of the prosecution. The main goal of the prosecution was to convince the jury that the defendant had carefully planned the crime. During the discussion of arguments, prosecutor Pete addressed Stanley directly. However, Stanley maintained remarkable composure and did not admit to what Pete was trying to elicit. The prosecutor then announced to everyone present that the motive for the crime was Stanley's jealousy and that everything pointed to premeditated actions on his part. In response, attorney Allen argued that it was a spontaneous fight that led to a tragic accident. He emphasized that despite Stanley's obviously unsuccessful attempt to cover up the evidence of the crime, he was motivated by good intentions, trying to protect his mother. Allen appealed to the jury not to let Stanley's attempt to cover up the crime cloud the true essence of the events. After hearing the testimonies, the jury, consisting of 9 women and 3 men, deliberated for 2 hours on April 12, 2013, and concluded that the crime was not premeditated. Consequently, they found Stanley guilty of second-degree murder. Despite efforts by Donna and Samuel to obtain a new trial, they were not granted this opportunity. During the final hearing held a month later, on May 13, 2013, emotions overwhelmed both parents. Through tears, they begged Judge to reconsider the case, with Donna recounting the defense arguments. The judge tried to calm them down, noting that no parent should have to endure what they were experiencing. However, he concluded that the crime was too serious and the perpetrator had to be punished. Therefore, Judge sentenced Stanley to 50 years in prison without possibility of parole. In turn, Stanley publicly apologized to his family and confessed to his actions. He admitted that he would never be able to atone for his guilt. From California, Mary watched the trial with a broken heart. Looking at the valleys of San Diego, she remembered the wonderful time spent together with Sean and felt profound sadness, realizing how lucky she had been to meet such a remarkable man. The tragic saga of the Eckerd family serves as a haunting reminder of how jealousy and unchecked emotions can shatter familial bonds and lead to irreversible consequences. Sean Paul Eckerd's vibrant life, marked by charisma and dreams of a brighter future, was cut short by his brother Stanley's act of violence, leaving a community in shock and a family in perpetual grief. The courtroom's verdict, while delivering justice, could not mend the wounds inflicted on Donna, Samuel, and their loved ones. They almost lost both of their sons. Jonathan Candy was a 42-year-old engineer working with the Oklahoma City basketball team. He focused on equipment maintenance and had developed his career over many years, first in sports and then in technical fields, which allowed him to support his family comfortably. In 2024, he had been married for 10 years to his wife, Lindsay Candy, who was 39. They lived in Yukon, Oklahoma, a small, quiet suburb with a population of over 20,000. They had 4 children: Dylan, 18, Ethan, 14, Lucas, 12, and their youngest child, who was just 10. The identity of the 10-year-old was kept private due to his young age and vulnerability. In the spring of 2024, this 10-year-old boy is about to experience a tragic event, an event that will greatly impact his life and those around him. The Candy family was viewed as a model American family, friendly and tight-knit. They have built a strong influence in the community, raising their children in one of the safest and most beautiful suburbs of the state. At that time, Ethan and Lucas were in school, in the 9th and 6th grades, respectively. Meanwhile, Dylan had graduated from high school in 2023 and was preparing for adulthood. He planned to attend college and had found a job to save money while applying to various schools. The Candy family did not have any mental health issues. Their upbringing was stable and uneventful. There were no instances of running away from home, and the parents maintained a peaceful household, allowing their children the freedom to make choices. This environment contributed to a thriving atmosphere at home, where the kids grew up feeling strong, sociable, and loved. They were always supportive of each other and even appeared in a local bakery advertisement, where they were regular customers and shared their favorite meals. Jonathan and Lindsay worked hard to help their children prepare for the future and lead fulfilling lives. However, behind this seemingly happy facade, a terrible situation is unfolding that will create a nightmare on Willow Street. On the evening of April 21st, 2024, a Sunday, the whole family gathered at home. The older children spent time with their friends but returned home early to prepare for school the next day and to go to bed on time. Everything seemed normal for the Candy family, and no one anticipated the shocking incident that was about to occur. After dinner, Jonathan went to bed, and each child settled into their own room on the second floor. Later that night, the children overheard Jonathan and Lindsay arguing in the living room on the first floor. Although the specifics of their argument were unclear, it escalated dangerously. Despite the tension, everyone remained calm and went to bed. The youngest boy, whose fan was running, could hardly hear the commotion below. Meanwhile, a tragedy unfolded on the first floor that resulted in the deaths of 5 family members. But what exactly happened, and who was responsible for this horrific crime? In conversations with the only surviving family member, more details emerged after the incident. The fire alarm went off, which forensic experts determined was caused by gunpowder fumes from the shooting. The noise startled the youngest child, who didn't understand what was happening or why the alarm was sounding. Curious, he left his room to investigate, completely unprepared for the horrific scene he was about to encounter. As he stepped into the hallway, he noticed that the doors to his brother's rooms were open. Ordinarily, this might have seemed odd, but he thought everyone had gotten up due to the alarm. He made his way downstairs to the first floor and noticed a light on. He called out for his parents but received no answer. He then called his brothers, but all he got was the continuous beeping of the warning. Hoping to find answers, the boy went to the living room. The first thing he saw was blood splattered on the walls and furniture. In the center of the room lay his mother and father in large pools of blood. His father was sprawled on top of his mother, having suffered a gunshot wound to the head. The boy was terrified and in shock. He rushed to his father, trying to wake him up, not fully grasping what had happened. He saw the bullet holes and felt his parents grow cold, but he refused to believe they were dead. Despite shaking his father repeatedly, there were no signs of life. His mother did not respond either. In a moment of desperation, he called out for his brothers, still unaware that he was the only survivor. Overwhelmed with grief, he cried and collapsed onto his parents' lifeless bodies. He then walked through his brother's room and saw an identical, horrifying scene. Blood was everywhere, and there were no signs of life. Eventually, he realized he needed to call for help. Summoning his courage, he reached out to a rescue worker and requested assistance. This initiated a horrifying sequence of incidents that would lead to a deeper investigation into this unimaginable tragedy. When law enforcement and paramedics arrived, they quickly realized that nothing could be done. The family had been dead for several hours, as indicated by the rigor mortis and the state of the blood on the floor. The parents and older brothers were declared dead at the scene, and the house was cordoned off for investigation. Forensic experts and detectives, horrified, began to reconstruct the scene of the brutal massacre. The idea of an outsider attacking the family was quickly dismissed, as there were no signs of forced entry or any outsiders present. This raised concerns that the murders had been committed by a family member. At some point, the 10-year-old boy was found to be covered in blood, leading police to consider whether he might have been involved. However, his behavior, condition, age, and the evidence quickly eliminated any doubt. There were no traces of gunpowder on his hands, and no fingerprints on the weapon. Forensic experts thoroughly examined the windows and doors and found no signs of staging. Everything in the house was intact, with no valuables disturbed or missing. They reviewed street surveillance footage and only saw the family members returning from the store that evening. No one else had entered or left the house before the police's arrival. The boy mentioned hearing his parents scream before he fell asleep. Since the weapon was found next to the body of Jonathan, the boy's father, it was clear that the father had committed a crime against his family before harming himself. As investigators analyzed the crime scene, it became evident how ruthless and cold-blooded 42-year-old Jonathan had been. The motive behind his actions remained unclear. The police could not determine the cause of the conflict, as no suicide notes were found in the house. They needed to analyze the mobile phones and computers of all family members, which were seized immediately, hoping to uncover new information. However, a complete analysis would take time. It remains a puzzling question why a loving father, who seems to be a good family man, would kill his wife and children but spare his youngest son. The weapon used in the crime was taken for examination, confirming that all members of Candy's family, including Jonathan, were shot with the same gun. Only Jonathan's fingerprints were found on the handle, ruling out the involvement of anyone else in the attack. Notably, none of the victims, including Lindsay, showed any signs of defensive injuries, suggesting that Jonathan's violent outburst was completely unexpected and uncontrollable, leaving no one time to react or defend themselves. Lindsay, who did not die instantly, bled on the living room floor while Jonathan, upstairs, methodically killed their sleeping children. It is believed that Lindsay heard the commotion but was powerless to intervene. Detectives considered the incident to be highly unusual. Friends and relatives found it hard to believe that a devoted father and loving husband like Jonathan could commit such an atrocity. He had no criminal record, and police had never been called to their home for domestic disturbances. Initially, investigators considered other possibilities, such as robbery or an attack by a stranger, but none of these theories added up. The family was well-liked and had no enemies, and Jonathan seemed incapable of such violence. Investigations cleared Jonathan of any doubts regarding his innocence. Officers interviewed relatives and neighbors to find potential explanations for the tragedy. Those close to the family described them as friendly and problem-free, with Jonathan being a respected community member who avoided criminal behavior. His service record was impeccable, and he was seen as calm and non-confrontational. The suddenness of the incident deeply shocked his relatives, as there had been no warning signs leading up to it. While some considered Jonathan a psychopath, they acknowledged that although disagreements between him and his wife occurred occasionally, they were rare and never involved violence. People struggled to accept his guilt, and as police statements regarding the investigation emerged, confusion set in. The community sought answers to the questions raised by the media, eagerly seeking clarity amidst the turmoil. On the day of the tragedy, Candy's family did not reach out to relatives or friends. They spent time together just once, going to the store for groceries, after which the older children left home to meet their friends. Nevertheless, they all reunited in the evening. The youngest child was unaware of any issues. It felt like a regular day. Jonathan remained calm and did not show any signs of anger. An alarming piece of information came from Michael Buru, a neighbor of the Andy family, who revealed that Jonathan had often helped him with construction and household tasks before the tragedy. They maintained a close relationship and even talked about personal matters. Michael mentioned that Jonathan once confided in him about his struggles, admitting he was dealing with depression and was taking medication prescribed by a doctor. However, Jonathan suggested that he had overcome his illness and that his depression had improved. He claimed to feel fine and had no lingering negativity toward his spouse, attributing his previous unhappiness to his mental state. After that conversation, no one heard him mention a relapse. There were no incidents indicating a return of his depressive symptoms. Investigators reviewed Jonathan's medical records but found nothing new. He had not sought help from psychiatrists or psychologists in recent times. If there had been any changes in Jonathan's condition, they would likely have been noticeable in his behavior. However, the investigation hit a dead end because no one reported anything suspicious. Some family members were aware of Jonathan's past depression, which had been resolved years ago, but they expressed no concern about his current state. Jonathan's mother mentioned that he had quickly overcome his illness and that his depression had not negatively impacted family relationships. Rather, his wife had supported him throughout. People close to Candy's family did not perceive Jonathan's struggles as serious. After overcoming his depression, he seemed to be part of a normal, happy family. The detectives found no additional leads. Was it possible that Jonathan experienced a resurgence of depression? If so, was he keeping it hidden? This was the only potential explanation for what had happened and could provide a motive. However, psychiatrists noted that it would be very difficult to hide such a condition given their active social life. Lindsay and Jonathan regularly spent time with their children, enjoying a vibrant lifestyle filled with barbecues and social gatherings. Their last barbecue event took place on Saturday, April 20th, at Michael's house, where neither Jonathan nor his wife displayed any signs of conflict. What occurred in their home did not align with the existing narrative. More information was needed, but it was lacking. There was hope that insights from mobile phones and computers could reveal important clues. There was a suspicion that jealousy might have played a role in the murder. However, even this line of investigation yielded little. The initial examination revealed no significant findings. Jonathan and his wife communicated regularly on social media, but their conversations appeared to be friendly, without any signs of intrigue or infidelity. Consequently, any theories about betrayal had to be set aside until a thorough analysis of their correspondence could be conducted. Additionally, Lindsay and Jonathan conducted routine searches online, but nothing concerning emerged. The main witness for the police in the case was a 10-year-old boy who, for unknown reasons, had been taken in by his maternal relatives. Many compassionate individuals wanted to help him deal with his trauma, leading to the creation of a fund aimed at raising $100,000 for his support. By the fall of 2024, the fund had already collected over $74,000, and donations were still pouring in. During the spring, the boy attracted attention not only from those offering emotional and financial support, but also from law enforcement officers conducting investigations. The police did not speak to him immediately, recognizing that he was in shock and struggling to cope with his traumatic experience. Despite his young age, he was very aware of the horrific event that had claimed the lives of his loved ones. Initially, the boy had trouble sleeping, often waking up screaming and in tears. Multiple psychologists worked with him after he once expressed that he did not want to live. His relatives rallied around him, helping to ease the effects of his severe trauma, but he still faced many challenges ahead. Experts concluded that the boy could meet with the police to provide them with important information, so a child psychologist was brought in to ensure he felt safe and comfortable during the conversation. The psychologist collaborated with investigators to create a list of topics that would be least traumatic for the child. However, despite their efforts, what the boy shared mirrored what others familiar with his family had reported. He struggled to understand why his father had committed such a violent act. He recalled hearing his parents arguing before bedtime, but he could not comprehend the details. A fan was running in the room, drowning out the sounds of the argument, and eventually, he fell asleep, unaware of the tragedy that was unfolding. The boy also confirmed that Jonathan was never cruel or aggressive. He had never hurt his children nor his wife, Lindsay. Detectives wanted to know why no one else reacted to the shooting that began inside the house. The other children must have heard their mother's screams, yet they were fast asleep and were shot during the night. It seemed as though fate was on the side of evil. Jonathan used a small caliber pistol, which is relatively quiet, and forensic experts suggested this might explain why neighbors didn't notice anything during such a quiet time of day. However, it was puzzling that none of the children in the house woke up or heard anything until it was too late. The younger child mentioned that fans were running in every room, which might have muffled the sounds of the shots. Despite the police's efforts, they could not gather new information from the child. The detectives had to ask him some uncomfortable questions regarding the incident, the positions of the bodies, and the bloodshed. Eventually, the boy became anxious and began to cry. The child psychologist decided to halt the questioning to prevent further distress for the boy, leaving the detectives without any new leads. Relatives reported that after meeting with the police, the boy became even more anxious. Psychologists were worried about how to help him deal with this new trauma, as he had just begun to recover from his previous experiences. The police's questioning raised feelings of fear, despair, and helplessness once again. Consequently, they decided not to push him further and to avoid drawing media attention to him. Journalists, being less sensitive, made it more challenging for the boy to maintain his privacy. However, through collective efforts, they managed to secure confidentiality for him. Despite the presence of an expert during the police interview with the boy, it appeared to have a detrimental effect on him. During this time, he stayed with his aunt, who became his official guardian. It is expected that once the fund raises enough money, she will receive financial support to help her nephew address his mental health issues. He continues to suffer from frequent panic attacks, disrupted sleep, and nightmares that have not improved. His aunt believes that the fund should not only cover rehabilitation but also ensure that he can pursue an education and rebuild his life. While this support may seem like a weak consolation and cannot bring back his loved ones, he must navigate a long and challenging recovery with the help of those close to him. Investigators were able to reconstruct the events surrounding the tragedy. It began after an argument between Jonathan and Lindsay escalated, leading him to grab a weapon. He first shot his wife, Lindsay, severely injuring her. She fell to the floor, bleeding but still alive. Jonathan, still armed, was consumed by rage as he entered the children's rooms. He encountered his 18-year-old son, Dylan, and attacked him on the head without hesitation. Dylan was using earplugs, likely to avoid being disturbed by the argument. It's possible that had he not been wearing them, the outcome might have been different. The fatal shot instantly claimed Dylan's life. Jonathan then moved to Ethan's room, where he also attacked his child on the head. The same tragic fate befell his 12-year-old son, Lucas. Only the youngest son, who is 10 years old, survived. The reasons for this remain unclear. Perhaps the father felt pity for the youngest, or he miscalculated and mistakenly overlooked his room. Jonathan went downstairs and returned to the living room. It seemed he understood what had happened, so he ended his life. On April 23rd, a group made up of people who cared for the family and the surviving child came to pay their respects. 39-year-old Lindsay was remembered as a devoted mother and loving wife. As a housewife, she did everything she could to ensure her children were comfortable. 18-year-old Dylan was described as a kind young man who supported his family and was always there for his loved ones. Intelligent and strong, he was a source of support for his friends. The family and friends are heartbroken by this tremendous loss. The youngest victim, 12-year-old Lucas, was unaware that the real threat to his life came from someone close to him. Jonathan will be remembered as a good father and husband, recognized for his ability to uplift spirits and make others laugh. Many struggled to believe that he could commit such an act. Although they acknowledged the evidence against him, they speculated that he was in a state of altered consciousness or psychosis that he couldn't control. At the last press conference, the detectives reported that there can be no doubt that the killer of the Candy family was Jonathan. However, by this time, there was no other information. The only thing the forensic scientist managed to achieve was to cross out any other suspects from the list. Unfortunately, even after several months, nothing new was found out, and the exact reason for the attack remains unknown. In 2016, 22-year-old Julia Enright was studying at the Massachusetts Medical College in the USA. At that time, she met a young man named Brandon Chicklese, who was 18. Brandon was a technology student, fulfilling his dream of becoming a heating and ventilation technician. Julia and Brandon were completely different from each other. Julia dressed and behaved as differently as possible, whereas Brandon dressed modestly and was kind and calm. Brandon grew up surrounded and cared for by his parents. He had been a Boy Scout for over 10 years, was described by those who knew him well as responsive and open. When he and Julia started dating, their union seemed like a real attraction of opposites. Gradually, they began an intimate relationship, and Julia involved Brandon in unusual forms of intimacy. Given their age, it was not easy to find privacy for such experiments, so Julia suggested using a treehouse owned by one of her friends. The house was abandoned and located in a wooded area just a few kilometers away from the suburban homes where Julia was born and raised. Over time, the owner stopped visiting the secluded place, and Julia began to use the house freely. She decorated her improvised shelter with chains and other paraphernalia, turning it into a base for their experiments. Her collection of unique objects began to form there. By the time Brandon first visited this place, an eerie atmosphere pervaded it, inspiring dark thoughts. However, he tolerated the oddities of his girlfriend, and they regularly met there. But as their relationship developed, Brandon increasingly felt that they were not right for each other. Eventually, he realized that further development of their relationship was impossible. Brandon suggested breaking up and remaining friends. Julia agreed. It seemed that both of them calmly separated, demonstrating emotional maturity. In 2018, Brandon lived with his parents in the small town of Rindge, New Hampshire. He had obtained the qualification for which he had studied and worked so long, becoming a heating engineer. He started dating another girl and was preparing to celebrate his birthday in July. It seemed that, despite his young age, he had managed to achieve something significant. He had an education, a stable job, and a relationship with a girl. He sincerely told his family that he felt happier than ever. Shortly before this period, Brandon thought he had gained the necessary experience and was ready to open his own business in heating systems. He began to take action, and everyone gave him great support for this initiative. Relatives, friends, and his girlfriend all recognized that Brandon was just the type of person who could successfully run his own business. Unfortunately, it was not destined for him to realize these dreams. On June 23, 2018, Brandon left home to visit relatives in Windham, New Hampshire. For this, he had to travel about 80 kilometers, just over an hour's journey. He left home at around 1 p.m., but he did not return to his relatives by evening. Any attempts to contact him were ignored. His family, girlfriend, and grandmother were understandably panicking. This behavior was completely uncharacteristic of Brandon. His mobile phone was turned off, a situation he had never experienced before, as he had a busy schedule and could receive calls from new clients at any moment. Unfortunately, in order to contact the authorities to report a missing person, they had to wait at least a day. On the morning of June 24th, Brandon's parents went to the police station. They presented their arguments in detail and were very worried because Brandon was not prone to spontaneous parties or meetings with friends, did not suffer from any mental problems. Generally should not have disappeared anywhere. Law enforcement began to search for traces of Brandon in Windham. However, despite their efforts, they could find no evidence that he had even reached the city. There were no traces of his car, including on recordings from CCTV cameras. Brandon did not buy anything in Windham, did not pay for gas with his card, and did not use his phone. In this state of having no leads, 5 days passed. Family members searched for him, but increasingly, the thought that they would not see their loved one again haunted them. Finally, on June 29th, a gray Honda Civic was found in the parking lot of the Hannaford supermarket on Route 202 in Rindge, New Hampshire. It was Brandon's car. It was unclear how the car appeared there, especially since it was unlocked and the keys were left in the ignition. This only strengthened the suspicion that something terrible had occurred. Brandon would never have treated his property this way. Such methods are often used by criminals to provoke the theft of a vehicle, leaving fingerprints behind to set up innocent people. During this time, relatives continued their search, distributing, pasting flyers throughout Brandon's hometown and the surrounding area. Unfortunately, all these efforts were in vain. On July 10, 2018, a random runner training in a forested area in Rindge made a horrifying discovery just 10 kilometers from the shopping center where Brandon's car was found. He located a human body, which was hidden in the bushes only tens of meters from the side of the highway. The remains of the young man were wrapped in tarpaulin, and his hands and feet were bound with tape. Given the condition of the body at the time of discovery, most of the flesh had rotted away, exposing the bones. When law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, they immediately stated that this method of hiding the body was not chosen by chance. In fact, such extensive decomposition is an extremely effective way to get rid of evidence in the shortest possible time. Autopsy results showed the victim was Brandon Chicklese. It was believed that the detectives were dealing with a fairly experienced killer who knew how to evade justice. The perpetrator probably carefully studied related materials, and perhaps this was not his first crime. Suspicion only increased when investigators managed to find the shirt that Brandon had been wearing. It had several distinct cuts, apparently from a knife. Judging by this item of clothing, the victim had been stabbed 12 times. Unfortunately, the forensic expert could not confirm all of these wounds due to the body's condition. Perhaps they were more due to the high degree of decomposition. Thus, the expert could only speak with certainty about the traces left on the bones. For the same reason, it was not possible to establish the exact cause of death. It was possible that Brandon was tortured, but proving or disproving such guesses turned out to be impossible. No matter how hard the investigators tried, they were unable to find his mobile phone. It was apparently destroyed or discarded. Since the moment of Brandon's disappearance, they could not connect to his means of communication. This only confirmed the idea that the crime was committed by an experienced killer who knew that any information carriers and means of communication were compromising. This strategy was effective, as the police could not even establish the route Brandon had taken before his death or after the murder. Fortunately, the detectives still had access to the list of calls from Brandon's mobile phone before it was turned off. When they received this information from the operator, they discovered that the last call before his disappearance and the switching off of his mobile phone was made near the home of his ex-girlfriend, Julia. Investigators assumed he could have visited her before leaving. As soon as the patrol officers arrived near Julia's house, they immediately suspected something was wrong. There was an unbearable smell of rotting flesh. Even more shocking discoveries awaited within the house. Officers found decomposing bodies of animals literally everywhere in the rooms. Outside, they were wrapped in tarpaulin, and inside, in various containers, there were BDSM kits, specific paraphernalia, knives, and related photos. In fact, this house became the most horrifying location in the memory of all the participants of the first encounter with Julia. Julia lived alone in her father's house. She worked as a phlebotomist in a clinical laboratory, dealing with blood, collecting it for analysis, and preparing samples. Given the respect that doctors receive in the USA, it was a rather esteemed profession. Julia was always a peculiar person. As it turned out, these quirks went far beyond the bounds of normalcy. Her work was not just a way for her to help people and earn a living, it became something much more. During the day, she worked as a phlebotomist, but at night, she turned into another person. She became quite famous in the escort industry, acting as a mistress. Her friends and acquaintances knew of Julia's BDSM fetish, which she openly discussed. She claimed that only willing participants were involved in her activities, insisting that it was a form of entertainment and that all clients left satisfied. However, none of her acquaintances suspected the dangers involved. Despite her fears and risks, she decided to take a big step, even posting an ad on a specialized website inviting everyone to engage in play involving knives and blood. According to the description, it was supposed to be BDSM domination, which involved lightly injuring the client and allowing them to bleed. This was a specific category of entertainment. There would always be clients willing to participate. Moreover, no one should care about what happens in someone else's bed if it is done by mutual consent. However, such activities always suspiciously resemble a front to cover up darker deeds or even a trap for naive partners. As it turned out, Julia had her own skeletons in the closet. She didn't just associate her life with blood, it was more akin to an obsession. In fact, she had a fascination not only with blood but also with dead flesh. She had a real collection of dead animals displayed in jars, among them large specimens like ravens. Additionally, almost constantly in her courtyard lay decomposing animal bodies, which she wrapped in tarpaulin to speed up decomposition from the heat and then used their bones for her artistic compositions. Despite the nightmarish aspects and especially the terrible smell, Julia perceived some sort of beauty in this and embodied it through her art. Unfortunately, her vision of beauty proved too perverse and cruel to earn her a place among artists. Moreover, Julia had a whole collection of vials filled with blood and used condoms. She was obsessed with serial killers. She once even described a kind of ritual in which she personally participated. When a whole group of people gathered, they acted out scenes with vampires and actually drank some of each other's blood. Despite these suspicious hobbies, Julia had friends and willingly demonstrated her creativity. She always claimed that she had no talent in art, but in this way, she expressed her vision of the world. In fact, time and time again, Julia showed her friends the remains of animals, which were laid out in specific patterns. Of course, most people were concerned about where she got all these bodies. To such questions, Julia always answered briefly that everything necessary for this so-called art was found in a forest or on the side of the road. Julia insisted that she did not harm living beings but found and used the bodies of dead animals. Considering that in everyday life she was very quiet and avoided conflicts, people believed that this was just an oddity. Apparently, Julia's inner circle didn't know about Jeffrey Dahmer. This infamous man once started with a similar fixation. He also collected dead animals and became obsessed with the study of remains. He described his passion as an alternative vision of the world or creativity. Like Julia, Dahmer surrounded himself with things of a frankly creepy nature, and naturally, this could not end well. Julia kept a detailed diary in which she described her life and her activities exploring her own psyche. It seemed she was not fully aware that her hobbies looked strange and provocative. She continued to view them as creative pursuits and spoke somewhat arrogantly about people who did not understand art and beauty. However, there were less philosophical notes in the diary. She described bloodthirstiness as a charming character trait and revealed her unhealthy attitude toward death. From the very first entry, she constantly talked about her obsessive desire to kill a person. Julia considered it the height of bloodthirstiness, a manifestation of insatiability, which excited and attracted her. Julia repeatedly mentioned that she was driven to this monstrous act by a certain hunger that arose with every thought of killing a person. All this frightening data was obtained during the investigation. The longer the police dug to understand who Julia was, the more shocked they became. For the detectives, it became obvious that they had encountered a potential serial killer. The biggest source of incriminating data was her mobile phone, which was taken for examination. As it turned out, shortly before Brandon's disappearance, Julia had met a new boyfriend named Jonathan Lind. They were both rather dark personalities, making them perfectly suited for each other. The night before Brandon's disappearance, immediately after the incident, Julia sent Jonathan a message containing the alarming phrase, "bloodbath." Detectives immediately noted that the treatment of Brandon's body was identical to the method Julia had used to accelerate the decomposition of animal remains. Even more unusual was the message sent to Brandon the day before his disappearance, in which Julia asked if he would come to visit her treehouse. The investigation established that a few weeks before her death, Julia was actively trying to improve her relationship with her ex since there were difficulties with the current girlfriend of Brandon. In fact, they were on the verge of breaking up due to her betrayal. Probably as a result of this, Julia managed to draw him in. In the end, he agreed to meet her at a kind of BDSM club, perhaps thinking of this visit to his ex as an act of reconciliation. Immediately after Brandon agreed to Julia's invitation, she wrote to her new boyfriend Jonathan that there was a surprise for him. By communicating with the neighbors of Julia, the police easily uncovered details of her intimate relationships and preferences. She openly shared this information with the entire neighborhood and seemed to even speak with pride about her activities in the intimate sphere. Gradually, the detectives came into possession of a business card on which she suggested playing with a knife and blood. There were witnesses who testified that Julia and her new boyfriend liked to cut each other during intimate. However, she herself would discuss it openly without the slightest embarrassment. When she ended up at the station for questioning, she laid out all the details. Surprisingly, after this conversation with Julia, the police officers let her go. She managed to convince them that despite her oddities, she was not involved in the murders and that there was no concrete evidence against her. According to Julia's confession, she truly intended to meet Brandon on that fateful day, but he never showed up. She sent him a message in the evening, but the guy never responded. Finally, one of the police officers decided to verify the information and found other messages from Brandon that Julia had not mentioned. Those messages made it clear that the former lovers had indeed met. This fleeting lie raised suspicions that the detectives had encountered a manipulative individual who needed to be further investigated. These guesses turned out to be correct. The more the police talked to Julia, the more she changed her story. Eventually, she admitted that she did meet with Brandon that evening. According to her, after a short conversation, he left to buy banned substances for the night, but the guy never returned and did not answer her calls, so she just went home. This also turned out to be a lie, as the guy did not use banned substances. After the lie was revealed, the detectives spoke to the neighbors of Julia again, and they found out about the treehouse in the woods that Julia had turned into a BDSM headquarters. The officers focused on finding this hideout and managed to arrive there with her new boyfriend. It was obvious that the house had been thoroughly cleaned. There was even new furniture and a new carpet. Everything looked suspicious, as if someone had tried to cover up evidence of a crime. The carpet attracted the most attention. It looked out of place in this treehouse, as did the cleanliness, especially in sharp contrast to the chains and jars of blood and animal bodies. As soon as the carpet was lifted, it became evident that it was covering very large, washed-out blood stains. Similar traces were found under the floorboards. Blood also was on the steps and tree trunks. They had obviously tried to wash it off, but in vain, so they simply covered it with the carpet. It resembled a bloodbath. Judging by the number and size of these marks, it was clear that they were related to a deceased victim. Julia insisted that all these traces belonged to dead animals she had collected on the street. After searching the car, blood was also found there. Julia denied that Brandon was ever in the car or that they met in the treehouse on the day of the disappearance. However, DNA testing showed that she was lying, as most of the traces belonged to Brandon. As soon as the detectives presented this evidence, she changed her story again. Julia claimed that after her meeting with Brandon, they got very drunk. He went to get banned substances, and then they met in the treehouse. According to her confession, her ex-boyfriend attacked her, demanding intimate, but Julia resisted, justifying herself by saying that she had a new boyfriend. However, this did not help, as Brandon attacked and tried to abuse her. According to her, at that moment, she had no choice. Julia managed to reach for a knife, which she always carried on her belt. She claimed to have stabbed Brandon several times in self-defense. Afterward, Julia, in a state of shock, admitted that she could not even move from the spot, so she remained beside the wounded Brandon for about 40 minutes. During this time, he simply bled out. Julia did not call for help or contact the police. Instead, she turned to her boyfriend to ask for assistance in getting rid of the body. She did not want to go to jail for self-defense, believing that they would not believe her. By this point, Investigators no longer believed a word she said. Additionally, the more than a dozen blows found only on the shirt were too much for self-defense. Her story about needing help from her new boyfriend was questionable, as he was known to be a sadist. It is unlikely that he was brought in solely to assist with getting rid of the body. Most likely, he also participated in the crime. However, no solid evidence was found. Julia ended her story by explaining how the body was wrapped in a tarpaulin and discarded off the highway. She insisted that the fabric was used only to disguise the remains. The police were convinced that she could have deliberately used a proven method to conceal human bones to fulfill her morbid fantasies. After all, maniacs are often prone to collecting items that remind them of their crimes. Julia's behavior did not resemble self-defense, but clearly indicated an attempt to escape justice. Julia and Jonathan not only disposed of the body but also destroyed Brandon's mobile phone, attempted to eliminate traces of blood in the treehouse. They covered for each other when communicating with the authorities. There were no signs of struggle on Julia, and she was not morally traumatized by the events. Immediately after they disposed of the body, she and Jonathan simply went out for sushi. The detectives were finally able to confirm their suspicions after reviewing Julia's diaries. Judging by the last entries, she perceived Brandon's murder as a kind of gift for her new lover, who shared her peculiarities. Jonathan actively denied his involvement, insisting that he did not report the incident to law enforcement because Julia was scared and convinced him not to do so. She was absolutely certain that she would avoid punishment, as expressed in her diary in a rather crude manner. Additionally, Julia wrote that the torture and murder gave her body pleasure. It is evident that she would not have stopped there. In fact, each subsequent entry in the diary was more alarming than the last. The notes fully revealed the true nature of her interests. Julia repeatedly robbed graves and brought bones to add to her disturbing collection, which her boyfriend seemed not to be bothered by at all. In the first trial, Julia was charged with first-degree murder, and despite the overwhelming amount of evidence against her, she continued to insist that she was the victim of abuse. After her arrest, Jonathan, who was detained 2 weeks later, was charged with concealing evidence of a crime and perjury. He also did not admit guilt. Both were imprisoned and denied bail while awaiting trial. Julia's first trial was scheduled for November 2021. The prosecution insisted that the defendant planned Brandon Chickley's murder as an act of togetherness and a way to fulfill her vicious desires. Julia easily managed to lure him into a trap by promising intimate. Presumably, she brutally dealt with Brandon, then enlisted her new boyfriend to help get rid of the body and the traces of torture. Julia's deviant interests exceeded all reasonable limits. Shortly before Brandon's murder, she went to a family planning clinic to have an abortion. The staff confirmed that she persistently requested to keep the fetus, even attempting to bribe the doctors to allow her to take the unborn child home. It is obvious that the fetus would have become another exhibit in her collection. Of course, the lawyer tried his best to whitewash the image of the defendant and her accomplice. However, considering all the accumulated evidence, this proved to be quite difficult. Their only tactic was to smear the name of Brandon. The defense attorney tried to argue that Brandon was an abusive and a cruel, aggressive person, but all of this sounded extremely unconvincing. When Julia spoke at the trial, she cried while recounting how she was attacked by Brandon. She claimed that she managed to defend her honor only after she stabbed him in the throat, but she could not explain why she inflicted many other wounds. Despite the desperate attempts of the lawyer to defend her, the prosecution successfully painted a truly horrific image of Julia. The jury was adamant and found Julia Enright's guilty, not of first-degree murder, but of second-degree murder, considering it an unintentional crime. In March 2022, the court announced the sentence of life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Upon hearing this decision, Julia burst into tears again, tearfully expressing that not a day goes by that she does not regret meeting Brandon. Julia never admitted guilt, calling the outcome of the trial a misunderstanding. Jonathan Lind, found guilty of giving false testimony, was sentenced to imprisonment for a term of 7 to 9 years. In January 2024, in northern Chile, a vast and barren desert became the site of a disturbing discovery. Human remains were found buried beneath the sand near the city of Kalama, an isolated area where the harsh climate can preserve bodies for a long time. Their thorough examination indicated that the remains had been intentionally hidden. The rocky terrain made digging challenging. Authorities later confirmed that the remains belonged to a woman. Preliminary forensic analysis shows she died from a gunshot wound to the head. Remains identified as those of Javiera Jimenez, who went missing in 2022. Javiera Jimenez grew up in Chile. As the eldest daughter, she developed a strong sense of responsibility early on. Her parents worked diligently to create a comfortable life for their children and instilled values of determination and independence in them. Javiera learned quickly that to succeed, she would need to rely on her own hard work. From a young age, she was known for her energetic and goal-oriented personality. In school, she excelled in academics, especially in math and science. However, her greatest passion was working with people. She had a natural talent for connecting with others. She was always eager to help and foster relationships. As a teenager, Javiera aspired to become a dentist. After finishing high school, she enrolled in college to study dental care, dreaming of becoming a skilled professional and eventually opening her own practice. Determined to advance her career, she balanced her studies with a part-time job as a hostess at a bar, where she welcomed customers and helped create a friendly atmosphere. This job not only provided her with income but also helped her enhance her communication skills. In addition to her studies and work, Javiera was actively building her presence on social media. She began by sharing small posts about her daily life, which garnered a larger audience over time. She collaborated with local brands to promote clothing, cosmetics, and other products. Her charm and engaging personality quickly made her blog popular. Javiera didn't focus only on work and academics. She prioritized personal development, was determined to achieve financial independence. At 18, she moved out of her family home, managed all her living expenses on her own. Her family was proud of her early independence and her ability to overcome challenges. Despite her busy schedule, Javiera always made time for her family, staying close to her mother and brothers, visiting them regularly, and sharing her future aspirations. A stagnant life was never an option for her. She was constantly striving to progress. Before she vanished, she had ambitious plans. She was getting ready to move into a new home, aiming to advance her social media career and continuing her studies. Javiera met Andres Sutter in 2022 through a group of mutual friends she frequently hung out with. Initially, there were no red flags with Andres. He was charming, self-assured, and good at building relationships. He made a strong first impression, appearing considerate, engaged, and truly interested in her life. Soon after, their talks evolved into a romantic relationship. In the beginning, everything felt ideal. He was supportive, encouraged her goals, and admired her independence. However, as time passed, red flags began to appear. Javiera noticed that Andres was excessively jealous. He was uncomfortable with her job at the bar, monitored her interactions, and frequently asked where she was, who she was with. His behavior became increasingly intrusive. He would show up unexpectedly, even when she had told him she was busy. He went through her phone, questioning every new contact. His jealousy became unreasonable. He particularly disliked it when Javiera spent time with friends, especially if men were present. Soon, other troubling issues emerged. Andres was often unclear about his own activities. He didn't have a steady job but always seemed to have money. When she inquired about his work, he avoided giving direct answers. Over time, Javiera discovered that Andres's name was associated with certain groups involved in illegal activities. Among a small circle of friends, rumors circulated that he might be involved in criminal activities, including theft and the illegal trade of copper. The turning point in Javiera and Andres's relationship occurred when Javiera discovered that Andres was living a double life. She wanted nothing to do with illegal activities and didn't want to be involved with someone who could put her in harm's way. Eventually, she decided to end their relationship, stating that she couldn't see a future with him. However, Andres refused to accept her decision. He continued to pursue her, calling her frequently, showing up uninvited, and trying to persuade her to return to him. He dismissed her rejection, believing that she would eventually change her mind. As Javiera started to avoid him, Andres became even more persistent, threatening her by claiming he knew everything about her and wouldn't allow her to leave. Javiera had no idea that their breakup would have serious consequences. On August 26, 2022, Javiera's day began like any other. She and her mother, Gladys Galagillos, went to a shopping mall, had lunch, and discussed the changes coming in Javiera's life. Javiera is moving out. She was excited about this new chapter. During their conversation, Javiera expressed her ambitions for the future. She discussed her goals of advancing her career, increasing her income through social media, and completing her education. Her enthusiasm and drive were evident. Her mother felt happy seeing her daughter so excited. After their outing, they returned home, where Javiera assisted her mother with household chores, then folded the things into the suitcase. Later that evening, before leaving, Javiera mentioned to her mother that she intended to spend the night at a friend's house. This was not unusual, as she often stayed over with friends. Once she arrived, she and her mother continued to text each other, as they usually did. Everything seemed perfectly normal. However, as midnight approached, a text arrived that changed everything. Andres messaged her, "I found your dog." This news was monumental for Javiera, as her dog, Lucky, had been missing for a few days, and she had been searching tirelessly. She had even posted on social media, offering a reward for Lucky's safe return, so she immediately reacted to Andres's message. Then she stopped texting her mom. A few hours later, all attempts to contact her by phone were unsuccessful. The next day, Javiera was expected to come home, but she never arrived. Her family started reaching out to her friends, but no one knew her whereabouts. Her sudden disappearance left her loved ones in distress. They had only two clues, their last conversation with her and a message that later became crucial in the investigation. Javiera's disappearance caused deep concern for her family and friends. However, the one person who seemed unconcerned was Andres. When her mother finally managed to reach him, he responded in a detached manner, showing no signs of worry. When Gladys inquired about her daughter's location, he calmly stated he had no idea and then proceeded to share his version of events. That night, he met with Javiera to help her search for her missing dog. They drove to several places but couldn't find it. To distract her, he suggested going to Calama, his hometown. Javiera agreed. She had a suitcase with her because she was moving the next day, so it seemed she might have intended to stay at his place overnight. However, his account became less clear from there. He claimed they had an argument during the trip. Suddenly, Javiera realized that her suitcase was missing. She thought it might have fallen out of the trunk. Distressed, she insisted they go back to look for it. According to Andres' testimony, he left Javiera at the entrance to the city of Calama while he returned to retrieve a suitcase that fell out of the truck they were both traveling in. This version of events was confusing. Javiera was supposedly left alone on a highway at night, far from the city, without a way to get home or call for help. However, Andres made no effort to persuade her to return to the car, nor did he check if she was safe. Gladys immediately sensed something was wrong with his account. When she pressed him for details, Andres began to contradict himself. At first, he said he had dropped her off near Calama, then he changed it to somewhere on the way back to Antofagasta. He couldn't remember the exact spot, which raised further suspicion. When Gladys asked why he hadn't called her or any of Javiera's friends to inform them that he left her alone at night, Andres hesitated. He said he thought she was just upset and would find her way home. A few hours later, he altered his story again, claiming that he had been in a car accident after leaving Javiera. He said another car had collided with his from behind, and he went to the hospital for a checkup. This, he explained, was why he didn't go back to look for her. Late Saturday night, almost 24 hours after Javiera went missing, her mother received an unexpected and concerning message from an unknown number. It read, "Mom, it's me. I left. There was an accident. I need some time. Don't worry about me. I'll come back once everything is settled." Love you. Take care of Grandma and my brother. Gladys read the message repeatedly, sensing something was amiss. The tone felt distant and impersonal, which alarmed her, but the errors stood out even more. Javiera was always meticulous with her texts, avoiding shortcuts and spelling mistakes. This message, however, was filled with typos and awkward phrasing that didn't match her style. Gladys tried to call the number, but the call failed. The phone had already been turned off, increasing her anxiety. Worried, she showed the message to Javier's friends, and they all agreed Javier would never write something like this. They recognized her usual texting style and emotional expressions. The content of the message was also suspiciously vague. Where was she? What kind of accident had occurred? Why hadn't she provided more details? Why send a cryptic message from an unknown number instead of calling? Gladys took immediate action and reported the message to the police. They documented it as a potential attempt to mislead the investigation and distract from a possible crime. A task force was quickly assigned to the case. Investigators traced the message to its originating SIM card. The phone carrier confirmed it was linked to a false identity, a common method used when buying anonymous prepaid cards. Next, law enforcement tried to locate the phone. They hoped to find its general location, but it had been turned off shortly after the message was sent. The last known signal placed it near Calama, the same area where Andres claimed to have last seen Javiera. Further examination revealed that the phone had only been used once, suggesting the message was pre-planned and aimed at deceiving her family into believing she had left on her own terms. Experts analyzed the content of the message and found that it did not match Javiera's usual writing style. The errors and unusual phrases were clear indicators that it was not written by her. This finding became a crucial piece of evidence, suggesting that the message was fabricated and indicating that Javiera did not disappear voluntarily. As a result, investigators began treating the case as a potential crime, with Andres emerging as the primary suspect. However, the investigation progressed slowly due to a lack of concrete evidence. Concerned that each passing day without answers diminished their chances of uncovering the truth, Javiera's family and friends initiated their own investigation. They spoke with people familiar with Andres, examined his background, and searched for any links to criminal activity. Soon, they discovered evidence connecting him to illegal operations. Through shared contacts, they found individuals who claimed Andres had participated in stealing copper from trains and was allegedly part of a group that extracted and sold metals on the black market. Furthermore, accounts of his aggressive behavior emerged. Those who knew him described him as having a short temper and a tendency to get into conflicts, often involving physical fights, and an inability to tolerate being contradicted. These details increased the family's concerns. If Andres had a history of aggression, he was certainly capable of committing a serious crime, particularly in a moment of rage. Javier's friends recalled that she had confided in them about Andres becoming increasingly controlling and obsessive. They found old messages where she expressed worry that he was tracking her, calling her several times a day, and demanding to know her whereabouts. While her loved ones continued to search for answers, the police conducted a forensic examination of Andres's car. Since he was the last person known to see Javier alive, his truck could contain important evidence. Inside the truck, investigators discovered traces of blood. Initial analysis showed stains on the passenger seat and the interior of the door. They also found fibers that seemed to match the clothing Javier was wearing. The blood samples were sent for DNA testing. A few days later, the results confirmed the worst fears. The blood belonged to Javiera Jimenez. This revelation completely undermined Andres's claim that he had simply dropped her off on the highway. If she had left his truck voluntarily, why was her blood found inside? And if she had been injured, why didn't he report it? Police obtained GPS data from Andres' vehicle, which revealed that on the night Javier disappeared, he was driving towards Calama. However, instead of taking the main road, he opted for a side road that led into the desert. His car remained in that isolated area for a long time before it continued on its way. This discovery became a significant turning point in the case, leading investigators to suspect that a crime may have taken place there or that evidence was concealed. When Andres learned that the police had received forensic results, he understood that his arrest was imminent. His behavior changed. He ceased communication with everyone, including those he previously trusted. The day before he was scheduled to be questioned by police, he suddenly packed a bag and left his apartment. Surveillance cameras recorded him exiting the building with a small backpack and getting into a car. Neighbors later confirmed that he left in a hurry and did not return. Authorities quickly issued an arrest warrant for him, but by that point, he was already gone. Further investigation showed that Andres had used false documents to cross the border, making him a fugitive. His name was added to an international criminal database, but he managed to evade capture. For Javier's family, the only option was to continue seeking justice and waiting. They believed strongly that he would eventually slip up again. When he did, they were confident that the law would catch up with him. Law enforcement's initial efforts to catch Andres were unsuccessful. They found his abandoned car on the outskirts of Antofagasta, but he was missing, indicating he had carefully planned his escape. Phone records revealed that, just hours before disappearing, he had contacted several people already under investigation for criminal activities, suggesting he used these connections to vanish. Eventually, investigators confirmed that Andres had illegally fled Chile into Bolivia. He avoided official crossings by using lesser-known smuggling routes favored by traffickers. After crossing the border, he adopted a new identity. For months, he successfully evaded capture, fully aware that authorities were searching for him. Despite the challenges in the investigation, Javier's family refused to lose hope. Gladys tirelessly worked to keep the case in the public eye, ensuring that Andres appeared on international wanted lists. The family engaged with the media, raised awareness on social networks, and distributed flyers with his photo, hoping that someone would recognize him and notify the authority. The turning point in the investigation came when a reward was offered for information that would lead to Andres's capture. The family pledged a generous sum to anyone who could provide credible information about his location. This approach proved effective, as tips began to emerge. By late 2023, reports indicated that Andres had been seen in a Bolivian city, living a secluded life and avoiding attention while keeping limited contact with locals. Bolivian authorities started monitoring his movements. They learned, through informants, that he was using a false identity, taking odd jobs, and avoiding any official documents that might reveal who he really was. However, he could not remain hidden forever. In January 2024, a local resident reported his exact location to the police. Authorities responded quickly, initiating a targeted operation to capture him. They surrounded the building where Andres was hiding. The operation was quick and efficient. He complied with their commands and was apprehended without resistance. During his arrest, he remained calm, seemingly resigned to his situation. This time, there was no way to escape. Andres was officially in custody and would soon face justice in Chile. After confirming his arrest, Bolivian authorities began the process of extraditing Andres back to Chile. Within days, he was returned to face trial, allowing Javier's family to see the person responsible for their daughter's death held accountable. However, this was just the start of a long battle for them, as they were determined to push for the harshest possible sentence. Once in Chile, Andres was placed in a detention facility, marking a new phase in the investigation. With the main suspect in custody, authorities had a chance to uncover the answers they had sought for over a year and a half. Initially, he refused to cooperate, denying any involvement in Javier's disappearance. However, investigators were ready, armed with evidence linking him to the crime. As the pressure increased, he eventually admitted. His confession lacked any sign of remorse or justification, delivered as if stating a simple fact. He neither portrayed himself as a victim nor showed any regret, maintaining a disturbingly calm demeanor as he spoke. The information he provided directly contradicted his earlier statements. He confessed that he hadn't originally intended to harm Javier, but after she refused to reconcile and ended their relationship for good, he made a choice he never planned to take back. He tricked her by claiming he had found her lost dog. Trusting him and unaware of what was about to happen, she agreed to meet him. He stated that the crime occurred late at night on a deserted highway. He stopped under the false pretense of looking for a missed suitcase that he claimed had fallen from the trunk. When Javier got out of the truck, he struck her with a fatal blow. Afterwards, he drove further into the desert, dug a shallow grave, and buried her body, thinking that the harsh environment would eliminate all evidence. The day after his confession, investigators began searching for the burial site using the coordinates given by Andres. In mid-January 2024, they found human remains in a shallow grave covered with sand. Now, forensic specialists begin the identification process. A few days later, forensic tests confirmed that the remains were indeed those of Javiera Jimenez. Although the search had ended, the fight for justice was just beginning. His family urged the court to impose the harshest sentence possible on Andres. After his confession, the case was brought to court. There was no doubt about his guilt. His own words, along with the evidence and the discovery of Javier's body, made that clear. It was now the court's responsibility to decide his punishment. Javier's family insists on the harshest penalty, life in prison without parole. They were convinced that he posed a threat to society. For Javiera's mother, true justice guaranteed Andres will never have the chance to reoffend. The prosecution presented all relevant evidence in court, with experts confirming that the crime was premeditated. They highlighted the misleading invitation, the choice to take her to a remote area, and the complete absence of any effort to help her, all of which indicated a well-planned act. Forensic specialists documented injuries that disproved any claims of accidental harm. Nevertheless, the defense sought a lighter sentence, arguing that their client had confessed, volunteered, and aided in locating the remains, which they claimed to have cooperated with the investigation. They requested leniency based on this argument, which angered Javier's family. They believed it was clear that Andres's confession was not out of remorse. He only admitted the truth when he had no other choice. He felt no guilt and was merely trying to lessen his sentence. The trial lasted several weeks, during which Gladys participated every session, watching everything unfold. Although she remains composed, her determination was evident in her eyes. Furthermore, in a similar fashion to the disappearance of Javiera Jimenez in August 2022, Andres is also being investigated for being a member of a violent armed gang that steals copper while it is being transported on FCAB trains. Similar crimes were committed by other members of the gang, and the prosecution was able to establish Andres Sutter's involvement through photographs, text messages, and statements from other criminals. In both cases, the court set different investigation dates. For the murder, he was sentenced to 90 days, and for the armed robbery and the copper cathode theft, he was sentenced to 60 days. In addition, Andres remains in custody awaiting trial. Sandra Birchmore was born on May 13, 1997, in Stoughton, Massachusetts. Her childhood was difficult, forcing her to mature early. Her mother, Denise, faced serious health problems, which led to financial hardship for the family. Her father was absent, providing neither emotional nor financial support, which left her mother as the sole breadwinner. Despite the challenging circumstances, Sandra received support from her mother's long-term partner and her grandmother, Grace, who helped care for Denise as her health declined. In a family where survival often took precedence over stability, Sandra learned resilience and responsibility at a very young age. From an early age, Sandra was inspired by public service, showing great respect for authority figures, especially police officers and military personnel. This admiration stemmed from her family background, as many of her maternal relatives had served in law enforcement or the armed forces. Her interest in police work began at the age of 8 when she joined a program called Respect. This initiative aimed to help children develop civic responsibility and communication skills, while fostering positive relationships with law enforcement. It was here that Sandra's dream of becoming a police officer first emerged. Eager to pursue this goal, she got involved with the Police Explorers program at the age of 12. This program introduced young people to law enforcement, providing training in safety protocols, emergency response, and police procedures. From 2010 to 2016, Sandra committed herself to the program, taking each lesson seriously and striving to improve her skills. Friends and mentors were impressed by her dedication, recognizing that this was more than just an extracurricular activity, it was the foundation for her future. However, life had unexpected turns ahead. In 2016, when Sandra was 19, tragedy struck with the passing of her mother, Denise. This loss left her heartbroken. Although her aunt offered support, the grief was overwhelming. This difficult time coincided with the end of her participation in the Police Explorers program, creating a challenging crossroads for her. The career in law enforcement she had once dreamed of seemed to drift away as she struggled to regain her footing. After graduating high school, Sandra decided to pursue a new path by enrolling in college prep courses with the intention of studying nursing. While she shifted her focus, she never completely let go of her passion for police work and maintained connections with her peers from the Explorers program. However, the struggles she faced during her childhood impacted her in ways she didn't fully understand. The loss of her mother and the absence of a strong father figure left her seeking guidance and validation from authority figures, a vulnerability that would significantly shape her future. In 2020, Sandra moved to Canton, a town in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, with a population of about 25,000, in search of a new beginning. Canton was known for its safety and friendliness, making it an attractive place for her to settle down. She found a job as a teacher's assistant at Sharon Public School, where she worked with students who had special needs. Although this role was not her ultimate career aspiration, she viewed it as a stepping stone toward a better future. Her experience caring for her mother had fostered a strong desire to help others, and she aimed to build a career that would allow her to make a difference. Colleagues regarded Sandra as outgoing and friendly, though her emotional openness sometimes crossed boundaries, making others uncomfortable. Despite her tendency to overshare personal information, her dedication to her students is evident. She genuinely cares and invests a great deal of effort into her work. Although she lacks experience, her warmth and ability to connect with others endear her to many. However, this also renders her vulnerable to those who might take advantage of her trust. Sandra views her time at Sharon Public Schools as a temporary phase leading to something more meaningful. She had goals and dreams for a purposeful future. However, her eagerness to connect with others and her tendency to trust without question would ultimately lead her into a dangerous situation with severe consequences. Sandra met Matthew Farwell for the first time in 2010 when she was 13 years old. At the time, she participated in the Police Explorers program, which sparked her interest in law enforcement. Matthew, a 27-year-old instructor in the program, quickly became a mentor to her. Initially, their interactions were limited to activities within the program, but as time went on, their communication extended beyond official meetings. By the time Sandra turned 15, Matthew started sending her personal messages. He used subtle psychological tactics to make her feel dependent on him. What had begun as guidance turned into manipulation, and over the years, their relationship developed into an unhealthy dynamic. Matthew's control over Sandra grew as he inserted himself into all areas of her life, becoming extremely possessive. He demanded to know her whereabouts at all times and insisted that she keep him updated on her acquaintances. His need for control extended to technology, which he used to track her movements, further restricting her independence. As his jealousy increased, so did his volatility. His once loving demeanor could quickly turn aggressive, filled with veiled threats. Whenever Sandra tried to assert herself, he perceived any opposition as a betrayal. Despite the toxic nature of their relationship, Sandra remained hopeful for improvement. She rationalized his behavior, convinced herself that he cared for her, and held on to the belief that the man who initially seemed protective would not become her greatest source of fear. By early 2021, Sandra was preparing for a significant life change. She was expecting a baby. Despite facing many challenges, she looked forward to the future with hope. Her apartment was filled with baby items she carefully selected, from tiny clothes to essential supplies. Even though money was tight, she was determined to celebrate her baby's arrival and planned a baby shower to share this special moment with her loved ones. Her excitement was evident, and everyone could see how invested she was in becoming a mother. She had even arranged for a newborn photography session to capture those precious early days of her child's life. However, beneath her cheerful exterior, she was struggling inside. Her relationship with Matthew was a significant source of stress. Although he was still part of her life, he often caused more anxiety than support. In the days leading up to the crisis, Matthew's behavior became increasingly unpredictable. He came to Sandra's apartment, pretending to help her prepare for the baby, but soon asked for access to her home, requesting both a key and the door code for emergencies. Once inside, he seemed unusually focused on her bedroom closet, paying more attention to it than was normal. After his visit, Sandra confided in a friend about Matthew's strange behavior but attempted to rationalize it, convincing herself that his actions were driven by concern. This was the last time she expressed any doubts about him. On February 4, 2021, alarm bells rang at Sharon Public School when Sandra didn't show up for work and failed to respond to calls. Although a recent snowstorm had caused disruptions in the city, her absence felt out of character. After several days without news, her co-workers contacted the authorities. Officers were dispatched for a welfare check at her apartment. They knocked and rang the doorbell multiple times, but no one answered. The distinctive smell of decomposition coming from inside raised immediate concern. The officers broke into the apartment and found Sandra in her bedroom. It was clear she had been dead for several days. At first glance, there were no signs of struggle, the furniture was undisturbed, and the overall messiness of the apartment matched her typical living conditions. However, when her family later entered the apartment, they noticed unsettling details. A load of freshly washed but wet laundry sat in the washing machine, indicating she had been going about her daily routine before her death. On the table, unopened packages of baby items had been delivered just days prior. One of the most concerning finds was a broken necklace near where she was discovered, raising questions about what really happened in her last moments. According to Sandra's family, she wore this necklace all the time, even while sleeping or showering. This discovery casts doubt on the idea that she ended her life. If she never willingly removed the necklace, how did it end up broken at the scene? Adding to their worries was the strange situation with Sandra's phone. She routinely used it throughout the day and seldom turned it off. However, records revealed that her phone shut down a full day before her death and never turned back on. This behavior was inconsistent with what her family knew, leading them to suspect outside involvement. Determined to find the truth, Sandra's family insisted on a more thorough investigation. As new information emerged, especially regarding her troubled relationship with Matthew Farwell, authorities had to reconsider their initial conclusions. His behavior in the days leading up to Sandra's death raised alarms, particularly his insistence on accessing her apartment and his odd conduct during his last visit. These inconsistencies prompted investigators to probe deeper into what really happened in Sandra's home. The last known activities of Sandra occurred on the evening of February 1, 2021. Surveillance footage showed her arriving home from work around 5 p.m. Soon after, she briefly stepped outside to pick up a package of baby clothes she had ordered. The cameras later recorded her outside once more, brushing snow off her car. She re-entered her apartment at exactly 5:46 p.m., which was the last time she was seen alive. That night, Matthew appeared on the building's security cameras. Around 9 p.m., he was seen entering the lobby and heading to Sandra's floor. He remained in her apartment for about 30 minutes. His heavy winter clothing and face mask suggested he was prepared for the cold, but his intent to conceal his identity was notable. The next day, Sandra did not show up for work and did not respond to messages, which raised concern. Federal investigators quickly took an interest in her case and began a comprehensive review. Their main focus was the initial crime scene assessment, which they deemed inadequate and which missed vital details. They quickly found evidence disproving the theory that Sandra had harmed herself. She had been excitedly preparing for her baby's arrival, ordering supplies, planning a baby shower, and scheduling maternity photos. These actions demonstrated that she was looking forward to her future, not preparing to end her life. Further suspicions grew when forensic experts examined the injuries on Sandra's body, as the marks were inconsistent with typical self-harm patterns. Investigators also analyzed Matthew's phone records and found deleted messages that revealed a troubling history of manipulation and coercion. They discovered that Sandra had been pregnant with Matthew's child, which significantly altered the direction of the investigation. At the time of her death, she was 3 months pregnant, a fact that intensified their already troubled relationship. Matthew not only denied any responsibility for the child but also reacted with aggression, applying both psychological and physical pressure on Sandra. Her pregnancy became a source of escalating conflict. Initially, Matthew tried to distance himself from her and avoided discussions about the baby. However, as he began to understand the implications of the situation, he re-established contact. His sudden change in behavior, from avoidance to outreach, raised further concerns for investigators. After Sandra's death, they discovered an important detail: Matthew was married with children. Although Sandra was aware of his marital status, she found out in late 2020 that his wife was expecting their third child. This news was devastating for Sandra, prompting her to confide in a friend about her emotional turmoil. She even considered informing Matthew's wife about their affair but ultimately decided against it. When Sandra informed Matthew of her pregnancy, he responded with hostility. He questioned whether he was the father and made it clear he wanted nothing to do with the baby. As tensions rose, Matthew's behavior became increasingly erratic, leaving Sandra feeling anxious and overwhelmed by the pressure and threats she faced. She shared her worries with friends. Investigators found concerning patterns in their communications. Matthew frequently monitored her movements, exhibited extreme jealousy, and sent threatening messages. Matthew's manipulative behavior extended beyond Sandra and possibly affected others as well. What began as a case involving one young woman revealed a broader pattern of misconduct within the Police Explorers program, where Matthew had been a mentor. A review of the program's records uncovered multiple instances of inappropriate relationships between instructors and participants. Sandra had joined the program at age 13, and her involvement with Matthew began when she was only 15, an ethical violation that, compounded by their significant age difference, crossed serious legal lines. However, Sandra's case was not an isolated incident. A larger investigation into the Police Explorers program unveiled decades of unchecked misconduct. Established in the 1970s, the program had operated with little oversight, allowing mentors to misuse their authority without facing consequences. Investigators discovered that other officers, including Matthew's brother William Farwell and their superior Robert Devine, were also involved in misconduct. They uncovered over 200 cases of inappropriate behavior that had gone unreported or improperly investigated over the years. Additionally, they found that in January 2021, an officer had received an anonymous tip about possible misconduct involving Matthew. Instead of reporting it, the officer privately warned Matthew, enabling him to cover up his actions. Shortly after, Matthew began deleting messages and took steps to regain Sandra's trust, which investigators believed was an attempt to prevent her from coming forward. The exact incident inside Sandra's apartment that night remains unclear, but forensic evidence suggests a likely timeline. Tensions may have risen when Sandra mentioned her pregnancy, possibly seeking Matthew's acknowledgement or support, which could have serious implications for him if revealed. A broken necklace found near her body indicated a struggle, and investigators theorized that Matthew may have used force against her. Her phone, which was turned off shortly after Matthew arrived, might have held critical evidence about that night. These findings shifted the case from suspected self-harm to potential homicide. Sandra's death led to Matthew Farwell's arrest in 2024 and revealed systemic failures within local law enforcement. The Police Explorers program was permanently closed, but the consequences of years of unaddressed misconduct continued to impact many lives. This case sparked widespread calls for reform, prompting authorities to reconsider how they monitor mentorship programs involving minors. The investigation into Sandra's death reached a significant point in August 2024 when Matthew was arrested and charged. Prosecutors provided compelling evidence linking him to the incident that occurred that night. This evidence included text messages that showed years of manipulation and control, security footage that captured him at Sandra's apartment shortly before she was last seen alive, and forensic analysis indicating that her injuries were not self-inflicted. The charges against Matthew also included several counts related to his inappropriate relationship with Sandra when she was underage. Records indicated that he had used his position in the Police Explorers program to groom and manipulate her from a young age. These revelations undermined his claims of innocence, which he maintained even after his arrest. However, holding other suspects accountable proved to be challenging. Investigators had connected Matthew's brother, William Farwell, and their superior, Robert Devine, to misconduct within the program, but they were never formally charged. Many believe that law enforcement is reluctant to confront more serious problems in the system, which has led to a lack of further prosecutions. As of early 2025, Matthew Farwell's trial was still in progress. Prosecutors contended that Sandra had been forcibly restrained and that her death had been staged. Forensic experts testified that key signs, such as specific eye hemorrhages and facial swelling, were absent, supporting the theory that she had been subdued before her body was placed in the closet. If convicted, Matthew could face the harshest penalties, including a potential death sentence. Sandra Birchmore's case became more than just a tragic incident. It highlighted systemic failures in law enforcement oversight. Her family, along with activists and advocates, continued to seek justice, determined to ensure her story remained heard and that her case would lead to meaningful reform. Born on May 20, 1998, in Louisville, Colorado, Ashley Doolittle discovered her love for horses at the age of 5. Growing up in a supportive family and following her dreams, she always aspired to be a role model in her community, like many other young girls. Ashley was raised by her parents, Anne Marie and Jeff Doolittle, along with her 2 brothers, Brandon and Michael. From an early age, her vibrant personality attracted people to her. By the time she was 5, she had her first pony, igniting a lifelong passion for horseback riding that became a key part of her identity. Her love for horses and the sense of community she found in this world gave her purpose. A few years later, at the age of 8, she began attending horse shows and immediately fell in love with the community atmosphere and rodeo lifestyle. She actively participated in rodeo events and achieved many accomplishments. In 2016, at around 18 years old, she was honored with the title of Lady in Waiting, a respected position in the rodeo community. This role involved assisting the rodeo queen and entailed various responsibilities, such as organizing fundraisers, supporting sponsors, attending community events, and representing the event as a spokesperson. Receiving this title was a great honor for Ashley, bringing her one step closer to her ultimate goal of becoming rodeo queen. Ashley became well known for her dedication to the rodeo community, and many teenage girls looked up to her as a role model. Young girls often asked Ashley for her autograph, and she always wrote personal letters to each one, encouraging them to pursue their dreams. In addition, she was actively involved in the Boulder County 4-H horse program, inspiring young children to participate in horseback riding. Ashley competed on various horse judging teams, participated in horse shows, and earned the title of Champion High Individual at the National 4-H Western Roundup. But Ashley had even bigger ambitions. She is a founding member and has served as vice president for 2 terms of the Thomas Valley FFA, the Future Farmers of America. FFA is an organization that supports individuals intending to enter and lead in the agricultural field. During her time there, she has been involved in many activities and plans to pursue FFA at the state level when she begins college. She graduated from Berthoud High in May 2016 and intended to attend Colorado State University, majoring in agricultural business. She looked forward to the next chapter of her life, unaware that it would be disrupted in a tragic way. Her life was devastated by one person, Tanner Flores, who believed that if he couldn't be with her, no one else should ever. Ashley met Tanner in high school, and their relationship seemed like a typical teenage romance to outsiders. However, they faced challenges. Tanner was controlling and dictated what she could and could not do. He even forbade her from attending college parties, which seemed absurd since Ashley was not the type to party. Was Tanner simply jealous of Ashley's accomplishments? Did he want to possess her completely? Was he insecure about losing her to someone better? Regardless of his motivations, Tanner frequently expressed his personal insecurities through his treatment of Ashley. After a year of dating, she realized he was not the right person for her and decided to break up with him. However, this decision was not easy for Tanner to accept. On June 4, 2016, he suggested they go hiking in Estes Park to discuss their relationship. Although Ashley tried to communicate that they were no longer together, Tanner mistakenly thought the conversation had gone well and believed they had reconciled. The next day, Ashley went out with friends to the Sundance Steakhouse, where Tanner unexpectedly showed up. Witnesses reported that he grabbed her, tried to turn her to face him, and attempted to talk, but she was done with his behavior and left. The next day, he convinced her to meet at Lon Hagler Reservoir to talk again. Despite her clearly stating that they were not back together, he somehow believed they had resumed their relationship. The day after that, Ashley returned to the Sundance Steakhouse and even reached out to Tanner, asking him not to come because she didn't want to see him. Tanner, however, made up a story saying he was locked out of his truck and needed her help. Ashley ignored his message. For days after their hike, on June 8th, Ashley reluctantly agreed to accompany Tanner to sell some scrap metal, unaware that this decision would lead to a horrific incident in her life. On that day, Tanner checked Ashley's phone and found out that she had been texting two other guys, Tori and Jared. He suspected Ashley of flirting with them and accused her of being unfaithful, even though they were not officially in a relationship at the time. Later that night, he reached out to the two guys, which made Ashley very angry. He then sent her a text in which he expressed his hope that she realized what she had lost, stating that he had done everything for her and spent so much money. He warned her that he was going to do something reckless and then ended the message with a bye. Ashley tries to protect herself and still wants to maintain her friendship with Tanner, even though things have become tense. The next day, he messaged her again, asking if they could meet up and talk. She told him she was in Denver that morning but could meet later. While Ashley was in Denver, Tanner borrowed his dad's gun and went to shoot at Carter Lake, claiming it helped him relax. He continued to text Ashley throughout the day and even mentioned that he missed her. Frustrated, Ashley texted him to stop but still planned to meet him later because she didn't want to be rude. On the afternoon of June 9th, they met at Lon Hagler Reservoir, where Ashley got into Tanner's truck, unaware it would be the last thing she ever did. Around 7:30 p.m., her parents started looking for her since she hadn't come home. At 8 p.m., they found her car in a parking space at the reservoir. Both of her parents, Jeff and Ann, are confident that she will text them if she plans to come home late. Given this, they concluded that something wasn't right and immediately called the sheriff's office to report her missing. Local authorities quickly got involved and began their search. They contacted Ashley's friends and family for information. During this process, a name that came up repeatedly was Tanner. Authorities discovered that Tanner and Ashley had been in a relationship but had since broken up. They learned that Tanner was very upset about the breakup. One person mentioned that he posted a Snapchat message that raised concerns about his mental health, leading to fears that he might be thinking about ending his life. Many others interviewed by the authorities also noted that they had never seen Tanner this upset. Shortly thereafter, Tanner's father arrived and informed the officers that his .22 pistol was missing from the gun safe. He also stated that Tanner knew where the keys were located. Authorities issued a lookout alert for Tanner's truck and notified law enforcement across Colorado. The search was intensified, and by 8 a.m. the next day, they had located his position. Authorities received information that the truck had been seen at Tanner's grandfather's property in CB Bar, Colorado, which was about 5 hours away. Tanner's grandmother had called a neighbor to confirm the truck's presence, and upon verification, she reported it to the police. Due to the distance, organizing a team for an arrest would take some time, so authorities decided to send a wildlife ranger to the property to monitor Tanner and prevent his escape. Although Tanner did not attempt to flee, he engaged in disturbing behavior. The neighbor and the wildlife ranger witnessed him throwing blood-soaked rags into a nearby field and moving a roll-up mat behind the house. What happened next was horrifying. Tanner emerged from the house with a heavy blanket and placed it in the back seat of his truck. It was visibly heavy for him to carry, and a human arm was protruding from it. At this point, it was evident what Tanner had done. Fortunately, later that morning, he was arrested without incident by the sheriff's deputies, a CBI agent, and members of 3 other law enforcement agencies. When they opened the blanket in Tanner's truck, they discovered the body of Ashley. There was no way to save her, and her worst nightmare had come true. Tanner initially told the officers that he and Ashley were discussing their relationship in his truck when she lost control. He claimed that she had the gun, and while he was struggling to get it from her, it went off and accidentally killed her. He then stated that he shot her twice afterward to alleviate her suffering because the first shot did not kill her. After hearing this account, an officer expressed skepticism, and eventually, Tanner confessed the truth. Since Ashley had passed away by that time, Tanner was the only source for the details of the incident. He informed the officer that he and Ashley had met at Lon Hagler Reservoir, and then they drove west toward Carter Lake. This was the same lake Tanner had visited earlier that day to practice shooting. He mentioned that they talked about their relationship during their drive. Ashley expressed that she did not want to reconcile with him at that moment, but saw the possibility of marrying him in the future. She needed time to explore other relationships. After this conversation, they began driving back to where Ashley's car was parked, but things took a dark turn. Tanner described how Ashley glared at him during the ride, which led him to reach into the back seat, grab the revolver, and attack her in the back of the head twice. He claimed that she did not die immediately, which is why he shot her a third time, stating that it was meant to end her suffering. After that, he tried to clean her body as best as he could and drove to the land of his deceased grandfather in another part of the state. Once he provided his statement, he was taken to the Mesa County Jail without the option of bail. Ashley's funeral was held on June 17th at St. John Evangelist Catholic Parish in Loveland, Colorado. The ceremony was attended by over 700 people, including family, friends, and community members, all devastated by the tragic loss. The teenage girl, once a symbol of hope, happiness, and aspiration in the community, has now departed, leaving behind a profound sense of sorrow for everyone. And Ashley's mother expressed her wish for her daughter to be remembered for her vibrant life rather than for the way she passed away. She wanted Ashley's legacy to reflect the achievements of an energetic 18-year-old girl who had so much promise ahead of her. 18, many people often feel confused about determining their life direction, such as their passions, careers, or college choices, because there are so many options. However, this was not the case for Ashley. In fact, she excelled in almost every field she participated in. That was her identity. While many young people struggle to figure out their paths at this age, Ashley had a clear vision for her future. Tragically, no one anticipated that her plans would be interrupted. People who attended her funeral described her as being fun, cheerful, and approachable. She was poised to become the rodeo queen the following year, but instead, she will be remembered during the upcoming season. Ashley had made significant contributions to her community, making her funeral a large and meaningful event. On that day, in addition to the ceremony, the FBI announced it would be joining Larimer County in the investigation to assist with evidence collection and search efforts. Tanner, who had previously been in Mesa County Jail, was moved to Larimer County Jail on the same day Ashley was laid to rest. The Ashley family was now beginning its pursuit of justice. On June 20th, Tanner appeared in court for the first time, facing charges of first-degree murder and second-degree kidnapping. The kidnapping charge stemmed from the allegation that Tanner would not allow Ashley to exit the truck when she attempted to do so. Following Ashley's funeral, her family would endure ongoing grief and suffering, yet they would have to wait a year and a half for legal proceedings to begin. In October 2017, the trial began, with both Tanner and Ashley's family and friends in attendance. It was evident to everyone that Tanner had killed Ashley. The central question was whether the act was premeditated. The prosecution argued that the murder was planned, claiming that Tanner had gone to the lake earlier that morning to test the revolver and find a secluded spot for the crime. The prosecution also noted that the revolver used in the murder was a single-action firearm, requiring manual resetting after each shot. Given that Ashley was shot 3 times, they argued this demonstrated deliberate intent rather than a spontaneous act. The defense, on the other hand, contended that it was not a planned murder and suggested that second-degree murder would be a more appropriate charge. During the trial, Tanner took the stand and described the incident in detail. He admitted to what he had done but denied any intention to kill Ashley. New information emerged during his testimony that had not been included in his initial statement after his arrest. He revealed that he had disposed of both their phones after the murder, but not before texting himself from Ashley's phone, claiming they were not together that afternoon and that she would not meet him. This seemed like a failed attempt to cover his tracks. One shocking revelation came when he disclosed that the night before his arrest, he had broken into his deceased grandfather's home. Once inside, he cleaned up some blood, turned on the TV, and watched cartoons before going to sleep. This bizarre behavior raised a question: how can someone claim to love another person so deeply yet have the capacity to murder them and then watch television afterwards? This remains an unfathomable mystery. At the conclusion of the trial, both families were left devastated by their loss, mourning their children and the futures they had envisioned. While the verdict brought some measure of justice for Ashley, it also marked a grim end for Tanner. The anguish felt by both families was unbearable. Though justice was served, no true winners emerged from this heartbreaking situation. Both families were irreparably damaged in the process. The case highlighted a significant issue: dating violence in the United States. Each year, approximately 1.5 million high school students experience physical violence from an intimate partner, and 1 in 3 teens aged 14 to 20 in the United States experiences dating violence. Alarmingly, 81% of parents do not consider teen dating violence to be a serious problem. And Jeff Doolittle found that there was insufficient discussion about this reality, which sadly affected their daughter, as well as many other young people in the United States and beyond who face similar situations. In response, they established the Ashley Doolittle Foundation. This nonprofit aims to honor their daughter's legacy by giving back to the community as she once did. The foundation focuses on raising awareness and preventing teen dating violence, helping victims connect with appropriate support groups, launching school programs, and educating students and parents about the signs of dating violence. Ashley's mother emphasized that the foundation was created to keep Ashley's memory alive. She stated that they wanted something good to come from this through the Ashley Doolittle Foundation and that they wanted to prevent other families from experiencing what they went through. The story of Ashley serves as a serious reminder of the dangers that can exist in teenage relationships. While not every relationship mirrors the tragic events involving Tanner and Ashley, some do. It is crucial to recognize that violence, whether physical, verbal, or psychological, is unacceptable. Ignoring these issues can lead to severe consequences, as Ashley tragically experienced. Tanner Flores, the perpetrator, was found guilty of murder and second-degree kidnapping on October 4, 2017. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, along with an additional 32 years. Laura Peacher, 28, was last seen on October 16, 2018, dining at a bar in Sebring. 3 days later, a restaurant employee in Tampa called 911 after finding something suspicious near a dumpster. Laura was a vibrant and social woman. She was born in Michigan in 1989, had an older sister and brother. Laura was born with a short left arm, featuring a thumb and 2 fingers. Throughout her life, she faced discrimination due to her physical difference, but she persevered and remained positive. Laura worked as a job coach at Goodwill, supporting individuals with physical and mental disabilities. Despite her own challenges, her disability was just a part of her unique character. Laura grew up in Michigan before moving to Sebring, Florida, at age 26. She relocated to assist her aging grandmother, demonstrating her caring nature by leaving her job to be there for family. On the morning of October 19, 2018, a 911 call was made by restaurant employees who discovered a woman's body near a dumpster behind their establishment. They reported a foul odor, initially suspecting it was from a dead animal. Upon closer inspection, they found what appeared to be a deceased woman. When detectives arrived, they found the victim face down, partially undressed, with a plastic bag over her head, part of the body covered by a wooden board. She was identified as Laura Peacher, wearing a dress that had been pulled down below her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back with a purse strap. A search of the dumpster uncovered a clear plastic bag containing personal items, including mail and a wallet with an identification card. Investigators discovered that Laura was not from Tampa but lived in Sebring, Florida, roughly 2 hours away. She owned a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck, which she likely used to travel to Tampa. However, her pickup truck was not found in the parking lot near the crime scene. It was later reported as stolen and added to a law enforcement database for recovery efforts. Investigators spoke with the restaurant manager about the situation. The restaurant owners had cleaned the parking lot just 2 days before, on Wednesday. Since Laura's body was found on Friday morning, it was likely placed there between Wednesday and Friday. The medical examiner conducted an autopsy and discovered clear marks on Laura's neck, suggesting she had been strangled with a thin, rope-like object. Additional signs on her body indicated that she had been on the ground for an extended period, with noticeable discoloration of her skin. The medical examiner determined that Laura had died on Wednesday, 2 days before her body was found. Meanwhile, 1,200 miles away in Michigan, police informed Laura's family about her death. Her parents were devastated and made a 20-hour journey from Michigan to Sebring. Meanwhile, her pickup truck was still missing. The investigators knew they needed to piece together the timeline of Laura's final hours to solve the case. They aimed to uncover why Laura had traveled from Sebring to Tampa, who she had met, and the whereabouts of her pickup truck. Detectives first examined Laura's cell phone records. They found that on Wednesday, between 1 a.m. and 5 a.m., she received calls but stopped answering her phone, indicating something had gone wrong. The records also revealed that she made 2 calls that morning to a man. Laura's friends identified him as her boyfriend, making him the first potential suspect. Detectives wanted to speak with he to determine when he last saw Laura and whether there were any issues in their relationship. Before they could locate Laura's boyfriend, police received a tip that Laura's pickup was seen outside a convenience store in Tampa. Detectives rushed to the store, located 3 miles from where Laura's body was found. Upon arrival, they discovered that the pickup truck was no longer there. However, both the exterior and interior of the store were equipped with surveillance cameras. The detectives hoped these would provide critical information. After reviewing the camera footage, investigators saw a pickup truck arrive and park at the store. Although they attempted to zoom in for better clarity, the video quality was poor, preventing them from identifying the driver. Once parked, a man got out of the passenger seat, indicating that there were at least 2 people in the vehicle. This man seemed aware of the cameras, as he kept his head down and wore a baseball cap. He entered the store, but again, the video quality made it impossible to see his face. The man tried to steal some beer, but store employees stopped him. After leaving the store, he returned to the pickup and sat in the passenger seat, while the driver remained in the vehicle and was not visible on the cameras. About an hour later, patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck parked on the road, showing signs of a minor accident. The same man seen in the surveillance footage was sitting in the passenger seat. Upon his arrest, he identified himself as Calvin Gary. He was on probation and wearing an ankle monitor. There was no one in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, only a pair of abandoned shoes, suggesting that the driver had run away. Laura's pickup was sent to forensics for a detailed search for any evidence while detectives began interviewing Calvin. He claimed he had obtained the truck from a man known as Hot. Calvin stated that Hot had recently arrived in the neighborhood and that they had plans to steal beer from a convenience store. When detectives asked Calvin if he knew how Hot acquired the pickup, he said he did not know. He maintained that he had no information about Laura or what had happened to her. Calvin described Hot as a relatively short African-American male. He also provided detectives with Hot's location, guiding them to a specific address. Upon arriving, the detectives found Hot hiding in a bush, trying to avoid being seen, but they spotted him. They called for him to come out. When he did, he was wearing a shirt and pants but no shoes. The detectives asked the man to identify himself, but he refused to provide his name and was uncooperative. They then requested that he walk over to their pickup truck, which was equipped with technology for quick fingerprint identification. When they scanned his fingerprint, it matched a record in their database, revealing that his real name was Gary Tyrone Danielle. He had a long criminal record and had been incarcerated 3 times. Additionally, Danielle was from Sebring, the same town where Laura lived. Because he was not wearing shoes, detectives became even more suspicious that he may have been driving Laura's pickup truck. However, at that time, the police did not have sufficient evidence to charge him with a crime, so they had to release him. The investigators then focused on Calvin Gary, who, along with Gary Danielle, had driven Laura's pickup truck. Since Calvin wore a monitoring device, law enforcement could track his whereabouts. They found that he had never gone to the dumpster where Laura's body was discovered, nor had he visited Sebring, where she lived. Because of this evidence, the police ruled him out as a suspect. After interviewing Laura's boyfriend, detectives also cleared him as a suspect thanks to his solid alibi. He told them that on the evening of Tuesday, October 16th, Laura had gone to a bar in Sebring. This detail was significant since Laura had been at the bar the night before her death, prompting detectives to visit the bar and talk to the staff. The manager revealed that Laura often stopped by for a meal since she lived nearby. The last time she had been there was on the night of Tuesday, October 16th, and she appeared to be friendly and happy, with no unusual behavior noted. Detectives discovered that the establishment had surveillance cameras that recorded everything. They reviewed the footage, which confirmed the bar manager's account. Laura was wearing the same dress as when her body was found. She was sitting at the bar, chatting with a waitress, had not ordered any alcohol, and nothing unusual was happening. She only spoke to the waitress before leaving around 11 p.m. Further investigation revealed that about 4 hours after Laura left the bar, a witness saw her with a man. Around 2:45 a.m., the witness spotted her at a gas station near a convenience store on the other side of town. At that time, Laura was in her pickup truck and appeared to be fine. There were no signs that she was in distress or needed assistance. The witness also stated that Laura drove away with a man. Investigators went to the gas station where Laura was last seen and reviewed the surveillance footage. At 2:54 a.m., they saw Gary Danielle enter the store to buy cigarettes and talk to another customer before leaving. Another camera recorded Laura's pickup truck backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway. This sighting aligned with an eyewitness report stating that they saw Danielle and Laura together at the gas station near Sebring early Wednesday morning. To find clues linking Gary Danielle to Laura's murder, investigators examined items found in a dumpster. They discovered a partially torn ATM receipt that provided details leading law enforcement to a specific ATM at a gas station in Lakeland. The receipt showed a transaction occurred at 3:30 p.m. on Wednesday, 12 hours after Laura was last seen in Sebring. Detectives then visited the gas station where the ATM was located, hoping the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. After reviewing the footage, investigators located Laura's pickup truck, but they couldn't identify who was inside. Luckily, there were several cameras, and after the truck was parked, they captured Gary Danielle getting out and walking to the store. He withdrew cash from the ATM, purchased a soda, and then left the store. Laura did not get out of the truck and was never seen, leading detectives to conclude that she was likely dead by the time Danielle returned to the truck and drove toward the location where her body was eventually discovered. Danielle was taken to the police station for questioning. At that time, the police only had evidence that he had used Laura's pickup truck, so they began asking him about it. Danielle claimed that he found an unlocked truck with the keys inside and decided to take it. He stated that was the only action he took, and he had no knowledge of who owned the pickup. He mentioned that the interior of the truck appeared normal and he didn't observe anything unusual. The detectives showed Danielle a picture of Laura and asked if he recognized her. He said he did not know her. When they inquired if he had ever met Laura in Sebring, he again replied no. They informed him that they had surveillance camera footage from a gas station in Sebring that showed him with Laura. Danielle understood that the police suspected him of Laura's murder and chose not to answer any more questions. At that point, the detectives lacked physical evidence to prove to a jury that Danielle had killed Laura. There is a specific time limit for a person to stand trial, which begins when the suspect is arrested. Since the detectives were still awaiting forensic results, they decided to release Danielle. Although there was a significant risk that he might flee, forensic analysis provided substantial insights into the case. Experts discovered drops of Laura's blood in the back seat of her pickup truck. This indicates that her body was likely in the back seat at some point after her death, or that the crime occurred inside the truck. Investigators received a forensic report on items found near Laura's body, which showed DNA on the strap used to bind her hands. This DNA matched that of Daniel. Additionally, his DNA was found under Laura's fingernails. The DNA evidence and surveillance footage were sufficient to file charges, leading to Gary Daniel's arrest. At the time of his arrest, Daniel did not make any statements and chose to exercise his right to remain silent. He faced charges of first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and grand theft of a motor vehicle. Using the evidence collected, investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours. They confirmed that she had been at a bar in Sebring alone and left the bar around 11 p.m. Following that, she went to the town center, where she met friends. On that same night, she encountered Gary Daniel for the first time, with no prior relationship between them. Investigators suspect that Laura may have agreed to give Gary Daniel a ride, possibly in exchange for money. Daniel's refusal to answer questions has left investigators uncertain about how he and Laura first met. However, it is known that Laura and Daniel were seen together at a gas station, where an eyewitness confirmed that Laura appeared alive and unharmed in her pickup truck. After leaving the gas station, something occurred that led to Laura being found strangled in her truck. The exact location of the truck at the time of her death is still unknown. 12 hours after the last sighting of Laura's truck in Sebring, surveillance cameras captured it at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa. At that time, Daniel was withdrawing cash from an ATM. He then drove to Tampa, where he concealed Laura's body next to a dumpster in a restaurant parking lot. Her body was discovered 2 days later. The trial for Laura's murder did not begin until nearly 3 years after her death, a delay largely due to global events. Laura's father, Art Peacher, spent a long time waiting to confront the man responsible for his daughter's death in court. Rather than condemning Danielle, he chose to remember Laura by sharing a story about her kindness. Art recalled an incident where a young boy pointed out Laura's short arm, and another boy mentioned her asthma. Laura responded, "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" Her father presented several items in court that belonged to his daughter, including her journal. The cover of the journal had the phrase, "Live the life you've imagined." Inside, she had written about her dislike for cooking since she lived alone and had no one to help with the dishes. She also expressed her hatred for littering and shared her thoughts about her 4 tattoos. The most significant tattoo for her was a blackbird, which was a tribute to her sister-in-law who had passed away, inspired by a psalm. On August 24, 2021, Gary Daniel, age 50, pleaded guilty to second-degree murder as part of a deal with state prosecutors. In return for his plea, he accepted a 30-year prison sentence. He also confessed to charges of tampering with evidence and stealing a motor vehicle. During the short court hearing, Danielle, who is bald, has a short gray beard, and was dressed in orange jail clothing and handcuffed, remained silent in the jury box and did not address Laura Peacher's family. While the guilty plea concluded the legal proceedings, it left many questions unanswered, such as the reasons behind Laura's murder and how she came to be in contact with Danielle. Lindsay Shiver was born on October 8, 1986, in Alabama to Andrew Shirley and Cecilia. She has 2 brothers named Brandon and Craig. She grew up in a typical Southern environment, where beauty pageants played a significant role in the community. She participated in various pageants across the state, and at 19, she won the title of Miss Houston County in Alabama and was a runner-up at the National Peanut Festival. With a crown adorned with a shiny peanut, glossy blonde hair, and bright eyes, Lindsay earned several pageant accolades. In 2006, Lindsay began her studies at Auburn University, a well-regarded institution in Alabama, pursuing a degree in elementary education with the goal of becoming a teacher. Her time at Auburn was promising. She was well-liked and had a wide circle of friends. As a cheerleader, she passionately supported the Tigers, her college football team. She enjoyed attending gym classes, where she eventually met Robert Shiver, a player for the Auburn Tigers football team. Their relationship quickly flourished, and soon they were inseparable. Robert Shiver, an aspiring athlete, gained recognition at Auburn University. Starting as a walk-on, he earned a 3-year scholarship and ultimately became the team captain, achieving significant milestones as his senior year approached. After graduating, he signed with the Atlanta Falcons as a free agent in 2010, driven by ambition and financial opportunities. That same year, Robert and Lindsay got engaged and married in 2011. To outsiders, they seemed to lead a perfect life, raising 3 beautiful sons named Grayson, Landon, and Rhett. However, reality is not as perfect as it seems. Robert's pursuit of a professional football career hit a setback when his contract with the Falcons was terminated. Rather than feeling like a failure, he found success in his business career. He now serves as the vice president of Senior Life, an insurance company, which provides him with a stable income. This change allowed Lindsay to stay home and care for their children. They enjoyed a lavish lifestyle, frequenting country clubs, dining in upscale restaurants, and traveling extensively, with the Bahamas as one of their favorite destinations. Robert's wealthy parents owned a home in Baker's Bay, Bahamas, an exclusive tropical island favored by celebrities. The area is known for its luxurious properties, serene beaches, and elite community. Robert and Lindsay often visited this paradise with their 3 sons, traveling on their private jet. These luxurious getaways are made easy by having access to a private residence in the Bahamas and shared ownership of a private jet, which allows them to travel to the island whenever they wish. With considerable financial resources, the Shivers lived a life filled with luxury and privilege. Their home in Baker's Bay was close to the residences of celebrities like Michael Jackson and Tom Brady, surrounded by an elite community known for its high-profile residents and stunning landscapes. Baker's Bay offered a retreat for those seeking privacy and exclusivity. Robert and Lindsay often took trips to Baker's Bay, enjoying the tranquility of the area surrounded by other wealthy families. They spent their days relaxing by the pool, exploring the island, and socializing with their upscale neighbors. Despite their extravagant lifestyle, they worked hard to maintain the appearance of a perfect family, presenting themselves as a loving couple enjoying their wealth and success. Despite appearing happy, Robert and Lindsay's relationship was in trouble. After 10 years of marriage, their relationship seemed to have lost its excitement. Lindsay yearned for adventure and was drawn to a 28-year-old Bahamian man named Terrence. They met at Grabber Bar and Grill, a popular spot in Baker's Bay near their vacation home. A close friend of Lindsay revealed that she felt bored and dissatisfied in her marriage. Terrence offered her the excitement she had been missing. Suspecting his wife Lindsay of infidelity, Robert took action by hiring a private investigator to track her movements in Baker's Bay. The investigator gathered compromising photos of Lindsay and Terrence together. Armed with this evidence, Robert confronted Terrence, sarcastically thanking him for looking after his wife. Frustrated and humiliated, Robert decided to end his marriage. On April 5, 2023, he filed for divorce, citing Lindsay's affair as the reason. Robert viewed the affair as the last straw. He requested that the court deny Lindsay any alimony, arguing that she was capable of supporting herself. He pointed out that she held a marketing degree from Auburn University, indicating that she could find work. Additionally, he sought primary custody of their sons and requested their home in Thomasville, Georgia, along with its furnishings and their car. However, Lindsay had her own strategy. Just a day later, on April 6th, she submitted her divorce documents to the court, alleging that Robert had physically, emotionally, and mentally abused her. She emphasized the need to protect herself and their children from his harmful behavior. In response to Robert's claims about alimony, Lindsay argued that her years as a stay-at-home mom had limited her job opportunities. She claimed to have sacrificed her career to take care of her family, so Robert was responsible for her financial obligations that she could not shoulder on her own. During their ongoing divorce, Robert accused Lindsay of having an affair with Terrence. Lindsay defended herself by stating that her relationship with Terrence began only after she and Robert had separated and that Robert had approved of it. After 10 years of marriage and 3 children, their once friendly relationship had soured completely. The divorce proceedings were marked by intense bitterness, yet they continued to live together in Thomasville, North Carolina, despite the end of their romantic and friendly ties. Their mutual hostility only escalated as the divorce progressed, making it clear there was no willingness to compromise for the sake of their sons. The animosity between them made any chance of reconciliation impossible. On July 16, 2023, Lindsay called the police to report an alleged physical confrontation. When officers arrived, they discovered a different scenario. Lindsay claimed that Robert prevented her from using their private jet to visit Terrence in the Bahamas. However, Robert insisted that Lindsay and Terrence had planned the trip to Key West while he intended to take their sons to the Bahamas. Suddenly, Lindsay changed her plans and decided to join Robert and the boys instead of going to Key West. She told Robert that she would fly to the Bahamas to see Terrence. Acting as a responsible husband and father, Robert refused to let her use the jet for that purpose, which angered her further. The police officers observed the petty nature of their argument, which set the stage for what followed. Consumed by her desire for revenge, Lindsay contacted her boyfriend Terrence through WhatsApp. In a shocking move, she sent Terrence a photo of Robert along with the message, "Kill him." 4 days later, the Grabber Bar and Grill in Bakers Bay, Bahamas was robbed. They entered the restaurant with a clear plan, cutting the power cables and disabling the generators, which stopped the security cameras from recording. This calculated act allowed them to carry out their crime without being seen. As detectives investigated the robbery, they noticed that the thieves seemed very familiar with the restaurant's layout, knowing exactly where to cut the power. This raised suspicions that the robbery might have been an inside job, possibly involving someone who worked at the restaurant. During their investigation, detectives interviewed the staff and questioned a man named Terrence. Upon reviewing his phone, they uncovered a shocking WhatsApp message from his girlfriend, Lindsay, sent 4 days earlier. In the message, she ominously wrote, "Kill him," referring to her estranged husband, Robert. What started as a robbery case quickly escalated into a more serious situation, as the Bahamian police suspected Lindsay of being involved in a plan to have Robert killed at his family's home in Bakers Bay. Worried for his safety, Robert hurried back to the United States with their 3 children. The accusation that Lindsay intended to harm her husband is deeply disturbing. If true, it would imply she was planning to have Robert killed in front of their children, a horrifying thought for any mother. However, it is important to remember that everyone is innocent until proven guilty. On July 21st, Lindsay, Terrence, and another individual named Farron Newbold were arrested and taken to Nassau. They were represented by the same attorney, who pleaded not guilty on their behalf. Following the arrests, Lindsay ended up in the notorious Fox Hill prison in Nassau, known for its harsh conditions. This facility houses not only common offenders but also high-security inmates, including serial killers. Over the years, numerous reports have highlighted serious issues within the prison, such as overcrowding, infestations of maggots and rats, bed sores among inmates, and a lack of access to basic outdoor time. The absence of fundamental necessities like toilet paper has further contributed to the inhumane living conditions. Imagine being in Lindsay's position, a woman accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle. As a former beauty pageant contestant, she suddenly found herself in a grim and bleak environment. Having lived in luxury with private jets and multiple homes, the reality of using a bucket instead of a toilet must have been shocking for her. It's hard to know exactly how Lindsay felt about her situation at Fox Hill. Could she maintain her composure and adapt to her new life? Regardless of her privileged background, it's clear that adjusting to such deplorable conditions would be extremely difficult for anyone. On August 9, 2023, Lindsay was released from Fox Hill Prison after paying a $100,000 bail. Her boyfriend Terrence and another accused co-conspirator, Farron, were granted bail as well, which was set at $20,000 each. As part of her release conditions, Lindsay had to wear an ankle monitor, report to local police 3 times a week, and follow a curfew to ensure compliance with court orders. She also had to surrender her passport to the United States Embassy, which limited her travel. Furthermore, Lindsay was ordered to stay in the Bahamas until her next court appearance, scheduled for October 5, 2023. After her release, Lindsay gave an interview to the New York Post. Despite the serious nature of her situation, she mentioned that it had been very challenging for her, saying, "It's been really rough." However, she chose not to provide additional details due to the ongoing legal matters. During the hearing in October, Lindsay's lawyers asked the judge to speed up her case, hoping for a quick resolution. However, the hearing was postponed until December because the prosecution had not finished the voluntary bill of indictment. In December 2023, Lindsay pleaded with the judge to let her return to the United States to spend Christmas with her children in Alabama. Understanding the emotional impact on the family, the judge agreed but imposed strict conditions. Lindsay was required to wear an ankle monitor at all times to ensure compliance with her release terms. Additionally, she was only allowed to leave Alabama for divorce or custody hearings in Georgia. These restrictions were aimed at protecting her estranged husband, Robert, and maintaining the integrity of the legal process. Despite these limitations, the judge did allow Lindsay some freedom. She could stay in the U.S. until her trial in March 2024, which provided her with some relief. In contrast, Robert opposed Lindsay's return to the U.S. He communicated his concerns to the judge, expressing genuine worries for his safety given the serious charges against her, which were understandable. Robert's fears were heightened due to the grave nature of the allegations. On her part, Lindsay's attorneys firmly denied any wrongdoing on her part, arguing that the evidence supported her innocence. They claimed that she was a victim, wrongly accused and unfairly targeted by Robert. As the trial approached, the public eagerly anticipated the outcome of the case. In January 2024, Lindsay accused Robert of preventing her from seeing their 3 sons, which caused outrage among her family and friends. Her attorney stated that she hadn't had contact with her children since she video called them at Christmas. To make matters worse, Lindsay's lawyers alleged that Robert had also cut her off financially, leaving her in a precarious situation with limited access to money. As the trial approached, tensions rose. Lindsay's trial was set to begin on March 6, 2024, but a surprising decision by a judge in the Bahamas postponed it until summer. Unfortunately, the trial was delayed again, now rescheduled for March 2025. While out on bail and living in the United States, Lindsay made appearances on Inside Edition and Good Morning America. These actions drew the ire of the judge in the Bahamas, who labeled them a spit in the face of justice. This blatant defiance angered the judge, who ordered Lindsay to return to the Bahamas and to Fox Hill Prison, also revoking her bond for allegedly violating her bail conditions by moving from her parents' home in Alabama without permission. Meanwhile, Robert has found comfort in his relationship with reality TV star Savannah Crisley. Savannah gained fame early in life on the reality show Crisley Knows Best, which follows her family's dynamics. In a recent interview with People magazine, Savannah spoke highly of her relationship with Robert, describing it as wonderful. Savannah's family, including her parents Todd and Julie Crisley, has faced their own legal issues, having been convicted of bank and tax fraud. Sharon Parker was born and raised in Florida, USA, in a family with several siblings, including 2 older brothers and an older sister. From a young age, she was very active, often attending concerts and participating in social events with her friends. Known for her stylish appearance, she always looked great. In 1976, at the age of 19, Sharon became pregnant and married her longtime boyfriend, whom she had known since school. Their relationship appeared loving and had stood the test of time. After their wedding, they moved to Alabama for her husband's job, where Sharon gave birth to a daughter named Heather. Excited about motherhood, Sharon was eager to be the best mother possible, but her husband did not share her enthusiasm. After Heather's birth, their marriage began to deteriorate. Her husband struggled with the changes, feeling jealous of the time Sharon spent caring for their baby. This ultimately led to their divorce 3 years later. Sharon returned to Florida with Heather, where her family lived. She settled in Fort Myers, close to them, and focused on raising her daughter while working. The father was largely indifferent to the child, so Sharon tried to compensate for the shortcomings in her daughter's life. Initially, Sharon found work as an assistant accountant at a local hospital. Realizing she needed support, she sought a new partner who could be a father figure for Heather and help her have more children. This hope came to fruition when her mother introduced her to Gary Parker, a builder who was studying to become an engineer. Sharon felt an instant connection, describing it as love at first sight. They quickly began a romantic relationship and married a few months later. A year after their wedding, Sharon became pregnant again and gave birth to twin boys, Jacob and Joshua. By that time, Heather was older and eagerly participated in taking care of her brothers, feeling proud to be an older sister and helping with their upbringing, especially when their mother was busy. The Parkers were a happy family. Gary is a good man. He always takes care of his wife's daughter and creates a loving environment for her. After the birth of their twins, Jacob and Joshua, their bond grew even stronger. They seemed to have the perfect family, enjoying barbecues on Sundays and camping in their backyard. It appeared as though they had a bright future ahead, filled with the joys of aging together and raising grandchildren. Unfortunately, their dreams would not come to fruition. Sharon was an excellent mother and a lively young wife who brought warmth and support to the family. As a homemaker, she managed the household while Gary worked to provide for them. They hadn't planned on having more children, but in the fall of 1989, Sharon announced that she was pregnant. They were overjoyed and eagerly anticipated the arrival of their new baby. On March 19, 1990, they welcomed a daughter named Julie. Sharon was thrilled, and Gary shared in her excitement. 10 days after Julie was born, the family planned a big celebration for their relatives and close friends. A large sign hung outside their house to announce that they had had another daughter. By this time, Jacob and Joshua were 6 years old, and Heather was already a high school student. Guests were expected to arrive on the evening of March 29, 1990. As usual, Gary and Sharon woke up that morning, took the kids to school, then Gary went to work while Sharon prepared for the party and cared for Julie. Jacob and Joshua were excited about the evening's events. Once their classes ended, they hurried home. However, as they approached the house, they found it unusually dark inside. Upon entering, they were met with an eerie silence. Their mother, Sharon, always greeted them at this time, often standing by the window to watch for them. She would help them take off their coats as part of their daily routine. So, when she didn't come out to greet them, the boys grew concerned. Initially, they thought she might be unwell and called for her, but there was no response. The boys began searching the house, and one of them soon spotted Sharon sitting motionless in a dark room. He called her name, but she remained silent. As they got closer, they touched her head, causing her to fall to the side. They saw that the right side of her head and face was covered in blood. Alarmed, they called for their baby sister, Julie, but she was nowhere to be found. Feeling distressed, the boys ran out onto the porch, uncertain about what to do next. Around the same time, 14-year-old Heather arrived home from school. She sensed that something was wrong when she saw her frightened twin brothers crying on the porch. They told her that their mother was in the house and hurt. Heather quickly went inside and was horrified to find Sharon, 33, lifeless in a chair with dried blood on her head. Frantically, Heather searched for Julie, but the baby was not there. Confused and panicked, she tried to call emergency services, but the home phone was disconnected. Leaving her brothers on the porch with instructions to stay put, she ran to a neighbor's house to call for help. Initially doubtful, the neighbor ultimately called the police. Soon after, several police cars arrived at their home and began investigating the scene. After Heather called the police, she contacted Gary. He asked for time off from work and went home. Investigators found that the locks and windows were undamaged, suggesting that either Sharon knew her attacker and let them in willingly or that the attacker had a key. Sharon was attacked from behind at close range. The scene was particularly chilling, with her sitting in a chair, her legs crossed and her hands resting on her knees, making it appear as though she was conversing with someone. This posed position suggested that the murderer may have staged it intentionally. There were no signs of a struggle. It was clear that Sharon did not anticipate being shot, as she was facing away from the attacker. An additional concern was the disappearance of her baby, Julie, who had been born just 10 days before the murder. Forensic experts searched the crime scene quickly, knowing that time was of the essence. Every minute that passed increased the urgency to issue media announcements regarding the baby's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they only had a photograph of Julie to share with the public and authorities. When Gary returned to the house, he assisted the police in identifying any missing items. Strangely, they noticed that the holiday poster on the front of the house was gone. Apart from the poster and Julie, nothing of value was taken. Even Sharon's wallet was left untouched. This indicated that the murder was not a robbery. The Parker family is known for their kindness and friendliness, with no known enemies or criminal associations. They had no debts or problems, and it did not appear to be a random attack. It seemed to be motivated by personal reasons. The news of Sharon's murder deeply affected the twins, Jacob and Joshua. Until the last moment, they were hopeful that their mother was simply sick and would soon be released from the hospital. During this difficult time, the families of Sharon and Gary came together to support one another and seek justice. To gather more information, the police interviewed the closest neighbors of Sharon and Gary. A neighbor reported seeing a red pickup truck parked near Sharon's garage just before Jacob and Joshua returned home from school. She noticed that the truck was unfamiliar and appeared shabby, though she could not see the license plate. The neighbor then witnessed a woman getting out of the faded red car, carrying a grocery bag. The woman entered Sharon's house calmly, but her face was obscured by a scarf and sunglasses, making the creation of a composite sketch ineffective. This was the only lead the police had, and with no surveillance cameras in the area, it provided little assistance to the investigation. However, they managed to create a basic description of the white, dark-haired woman, which was quickly shared with the media. To gather more details, they used a poster designed for a holiday event. It was essential to talk to those close to Sharon and Gary, as the woman might have been part of a larger criminal scheme. Therefore, detectives were cautious about releasing Gary. He denied any involvement in his wife's murder, and there was no evidence to suggest he had a motive or opportunity, given that he was at work during the incident. Furthermore, Gary cooperated fully with the investigation and did not exhibit any suspicious behavior. Detectives discovered that Gary had a working relationship with a woman named Stephanie. They had taken several business trips together. Gary mentioned that just before the birth of their daughter, Stephanie seemed to become more involved with his family, behaving normally around his wife. Gary recalled that Stephanie visited their home a few days after Sharon was discharged from the hospital. On that day, their eldest daughter, Heather, expressed her dislike for Stephanie's presence, finding it suspicious. The adults dismissed Heather's concerns since she was only 14, but the police found her comment noteworthy. Is it possible that Stephanie kidnapped Julie out of jealousy? Although Gary and Stephanie worked closely together, they insisted there was no romantic involvement. Suspicion arose when a neighbor reported seeing her enter Gary's home, prompting detectives to investigate further. They interviewed Stephanie at the station. She appeared innocent and claimed she was with Gary in the office during the attack. Gary provided a detailed account of his activities on the day of Sharon's death, stating he was working until he received an urgent call from Heather. Witnesses indicated that there were no issues in Gary and Sharon's marriage. Gary described their relationship as harmonious and expressed happiness with their new baby. However, the police questioned why Gary owned a gun for self-defense. This gun was subjected to ballistic testing and did not match the murder weapon. Nevertheless, Gary remained a person of interest in the case. The interrogation lasted about 3 hours and did not raise any alarms. Experts determined that the only injury on Sharon was a gunshot wound to the head, indicating she was killed at close range. No DNA belonging to the killer was found under her fingernails. Meanwhile, a sketch of the suspect, based on a neighbor's description, was widely circulated in the media, resulting in around 100 tips to the police, most of which were deemed unreliable. However, one tip stood out. A woman named Peggy Mason came to the station, confidently claiming to know the identity of the perpetrator based on the police sketch. According to Peggy, she worked as a waitress at a restaurant with a coworker named Craig Kirk, who had a wife named Betty. She recalled that the day before the crime, on March 28th, Craig happily told her that Betty was pregnant and could give birth soon. He mentioned this but couldn't provide an exact date for the birth. The day after the tragedy involving Sharon, Craig and Betty had a child together. This could have been a coincidence, but there were many odd details that made Peggy suspicious. A week before the supposed birth, Peggy had seen Betty in the restaurant and noticed that she didn't appear to be pregnant. Her belly seemed fake. By that time, her pregnancy should have exceeded 43 weeks, yet she seemed to be enjoying herself without going to the hospital to induce labor, which seemed strange. When Peggy mentioned these concerns to Craig, he shrugged them off, citing rare cases where pregnancies can behave unusually. However, Peggy felt he was not being truthful. Right after Sharon's murder, Craig and Betty celebrated the birth of their baby, and Peggy, having been invited, attended the party. She was surprised at how quickly Betty and the newborn were discharged from the hospital and returned to normal life. Betty seemed at ease, almost as if she hadn't just given birth. As a mother of 3 herself, Peggy doubted that the child had been born just a day earlier. However, it was hard to confirm her suspicions since Betty kept the baby at a distance from the guests, refusing to show her and attributing her behavior to postpartum depression and medication. Towards the end of the party, Peggy managed to get close enough to the baby to inspect her more closely. She noticed that the baby had short hair, as if it had already been shaved, and the baby did not resemble either of its parents, Betty or Craig. When Peggy shared her suspicions with Betty, the woman became angry and quickly sent all the guests away, particularly upset with Peggy. She questioned where a newborn could come from. After seeing the sketch in the media and hearing about what happened to Sharon, Peggy began to connect the dots and suspected that Betty or Craig might be involved in the case. The detectives became interested in this new lead and decided to investigate Betty. She was previously unknown to the police, having been born in Florida on November 7, 1950. In her first marriage, she had 2 children, but her husband was very abusive. Betty escaped his control, filed for divorce, and gained sole custody of her kids. Unfortunately, she faced many challenges. In 1981, she lost custody of her sons due to her difficult financial situation, and the authorities placed them in foster care. Craig met Betty in 1982, and the year later, they began dating and eventually got married. However, despite their efforts, they remained in poverty and struggled to find happiness. Relatives and friends described their lives as a constant battle for survival. Craig worked long hours in a restaurant, and Betty attempted to find work, but she had dropped out of school due to an early pregnancy, which made it hard for her to secure a good job. They lacked stability and prosperity, but both tried hard to improve their situation. Betty desperately wanted to become a mother. She loved Craig and hoped they could have a child together, but despite trying for many years and even seeking medical help, they were unsuccessful. To fulfill her longing for motherhood, Betty worked in various child-related jobs, such as being a Girl Scout leader and performing as a clown at children's events. During this time, she had a minor legal issue when she forged a check, but she quickly resolved it by paying restitution, which meant there was no official record of the offense. For some time, it seemed that Betty and Craig had accepted that they might never become parents. However, Betty was increasingly anxious about possibly losing Craig to a younger woman who could have children. At the end of the year, she surprised her husband and friends with the exciting news that she was finally pregnant. Betty appeared to be pregnant as her belly was growing. On the evening of March 29th, she returned home with a girl she named Laura. This seemed unusual because she had been discharged from the hospital right after giving birth. Now their family had grown to 3, and they shared their happy news with loved ones. Detectives went to the restaurant where Craig worked, but he was off that day. They found his home address and went to check if he was there. When Craig opened the door, he was visibly intoxicated and struggled to stay upright. He was confused about why the detectives had come to his home. The house was chaotic and unsanitary. The only clear thing Craig could communicate was that they had recently had a baby. He claimed he was celebrating this event, which was why he was drunk. Betty and baby Laura were also present. Betty confirmed that she had just become a mother and had returned from the medical center a few days prior. She stated that the baby was born in a hospital and that they were discharged immediately due to no complications. However, when questioned, She had difficulty remembering the name and address of the hospital. She eventually said it was a hospital on Michigan Avenue, but the detective's investigation revealed that there was no maternity ward there. Additionally, she could not present a birth certificate, claiming it was lost in the mess around them. When investigators examined the baby, they noticed that the child did not resemble either Craig or Betty. Despite these inconsistencies, the detectives decided against detaining Craig and Betty, as they wished to handle the situation delicately to avoid escalating tensions. Meanwhile, an unmarked car, driven by a woman possibly connected to the situation, left the house while the police were merely observing the family. Shortly after the police left, Betty began causing trouble by carrying and packing items from the house and loading large boxes into her car. Investigators identified a faded red pickup truck that matched the description provided by a neighbor. Betty then got into the car and drove off, with detectives following her at a distance. They eventually decided to pull her over and inspect the vehicle. Inside, they found numerous boxes but no sign of the child. The detectives returned to Betty's home, where they discovered that the baby was with Craig. They considered this a danger to the child's safety and called in Child Protective Services to have the child taken away. Fortunately, the child was unharmed and was quickly taken to the hospital, where an examination confirmed her well-being. Meanwhile, Craig was brought in for questioning. He was surprised by the situation, expressing disbelief about the events. He claimed to have no knowledge of Sharon's case and believed that Betty couldn't be pregnant by him since their relationship had deteriorated and they hadn't been intimate for years. Craig thought his wife might have had an affair but had accepted the idea of her pregnancy and the baby. However, the investigation revealed a more troubling scenario. Craig possessed a pistol that was taken for analysis because the authorities suspected it might be the weapon used to kill Sharon. Despite this, ballistic tests did not confirm its involvement. Craig provided a crucial lead, mentioning that Betty owned a similar pistol of the same caliber, which was never found, suggesting it had been disposed of by her. After hours of questioning, Craig seemed to genuinely believe that his wife was pregnant with another man's child and showed little interest in knowing more. Medical tests later confirmed that the child was Julie, the kidnapped daughter of Sharon and Gary. During her interrogation, Betty was asked if she recognized Sharon Parker. She replied that she had seen Sharon on television and then confessed to killing Sharon. Betty met Sharon and her twins, Jacob and Joshua, while enjoying a day at the mall. They struck up a conversation, and during their chat, Betty revealed that she had recently experienced a miscarriage, a shared concern that connected her to Sharon. Betty mentioned that she was pregnant again and was seeking support. The police confirmed that Betty had indeed become pregnant in early 1989 but had suffered a miscarriage shortly after, which was likely devastating for her. Her marriage was struggling, and she was desperately trying to keep her husband, motivated by a strong desire for a child. Feeling a bond, they exchanged phone numbers before parting ways. Later, Betty learned that Sharon had given birth to a baby girl. At that time, newspapers published the names of newborns, including the parents' contact information, making it easy for friends and family to send congratulations. This information helped Betty locate the Parkers' residence. She claimed she simply wanted to visit Sharon and congratulate her on the arrival of her new baby. When Betty arrived, Sharon recognized her and expressed joy. She handed Betty some money to buy groceries, which is why a neighbor saw Betty carrying a grocery bag near Sharon's house. However, when Betty entered the home and handed Sharon the groceries, the gun she carried for self-defense accidentally discharged, killing Sharon instantly. Betty stated she was in shock and initially considered fleeing but couldn't abandon the baby out of concern for the child's safety. She decided to take the baby with her, genuinely believing it was an accident and insisting that she should be released from custody. Naturally, Betty was arrested. Her account did not align with the crime scene or the reconstructed events. Soon after, she ceased cooperating with investigators and requested a lawyer. During a search of her home, authorities discovered numerous newspaper clippings featuring the names of newborns, specifically girls, indicating her troubling obsession with female infants. The investigation revealed that Betty had met some of these families, frequently introducing herself to medical professionals. However, her odd behavior raised suspicions, leading some to confront her and ultimately ask her to leave. Notably, prior to Sharon's case, she had not brought a firearm, which proved critical to the tragic outcome. In 1991, Betty's trial commenced. The prosecution charged her with first-degree murder and kidnapping. Betty maintained that the shooting was an accident and declared her innocence. She attempted to portray her actions regarding the child in a positive light within her narrative, but no one believed her. After just 30 minutes of deliberation, the jury found Betty Kirk guilty and sentenced her to life in prison, though she would be eligible for parole at the age of 103. It is unlikely she will ever be free again. The baby, Julie, was returned to her father, Gary Parker, and grew up in a loving home surrounded by her siblings. Gary committed himself to raising his children well, providing them with education and parental love.